Salutations, Legion of Doom. Welcome to Podcast of the Storm, where socially awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all-around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the nerdy occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Good evening, folks.
And hopefully our second co-host, the primordial source of evil in comics, Corrupt, will be joining us soon. I'm your host, / Time Lord Wannabe, the brainstormer of pop culture. How's everyone doing tonight?
Well, I'm doing fine. I don't know about our audience or whether there will be an extant one shortly.
Well, I'd say we have a fun night planned, but, well, we're covering
That
a
would
lot
be
of...
a lie.
Yeah. And I don't like lying. See, I've actually made this vow to myself. The only people I ever lie to are people who are dying and kids.
Why specifically people that are dying? Or are you saying you would only lie to them about them dying?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like I'd say it's
okay.
like if
someone were critically ill, you'd lie and tell them everything was going to be fine.
Yep.
Okay.
Or someone bleeding out.
It's going to be okay. He said,
yeah.
Fully knowing it was not.
Because I feel like if they're gonna have last words to hear, it should be comfort.
See, I don't know, because I get where you're coming from there, but at the same time, my policy is to never lie about serious shit, and I'd be hard pressed to find something more serious than dude, you're dying. Like,
I don't know. Maybe I'm just soft.
Again, I get where you're coming from. It would be nice to, believe that you could get out of it and everything, but like, I don't know if I were dying, if I would want to hear that I was dying. Like,
well, I'm guessing both of us, like if I were to say to someone that they're going to be okay, I think both of us would know I'm lying, but I think on some level, someone would appreciate me doing that.
It's just more reassuring to hear you're going to be all right, everything's going to be fine, as opposed to, nope, sorry, dude, you're dying, goodbye.
I mean, I'm pretty sure if I said it specifically, I'd come off as a dick and an evil person for saying it.
Yeah, and I I don't think there's a polite way to say you're dying. Like, that it seems like an impolite thing to say, regardless.
Mm-hmm. Kids are kind of obvious just on the fact that they ask the kind of questions that you don't want to answer when they're that age.
It depends on the subject. I'm
never gonna tell. Like if my kids ever ask me where do babies come from, I'm not telling them until they're like in their teens or something. And that's more.
See, I'd rip that Band-Aid off rather quickly. I see no reason to shelter children from that. Because it's basic biology. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I get it, Don. It's just more for me. Again, it's more for me on the fact that it'd be awkward for me.
Right. No, it's different. It's different styles, and in all likelihood, I will never have kids. At least not kids that are biologically mine, because I fully intend to find romance with a dude someday, and that's kind
Right.
of not exactly conducive until they develop the artificial womb technology. But if I was to have children, and if I ever adopt children, I will not be lying about things like that. There is stuff I could conceive of lying to them about, but if a child asks me where do babies come from, I'm going to, especially if they're biologically my child, I'm going to assume they are relatively smart enough to understand the biological nuances on some of it. I might oversimplify it, but I'm not going to go, well, the stork, or well, they grow on trees, or
Yeah.
even
Okay.
just,
So if
well, I'll
any,
tell you when you're older. I
well,
might ask, do you really want to know? And if they're I'm going to be relatively serious about, I'm not sure you really want to know, and then if they insist, then I will begin to tell them. But that's just my approach to things. Because again, I'm not going to lie to my children about something as simple as basic biology. But that's just me.
okay, I kind of see your point now. It's just again, I'm not. If any, it's just again, I'm not. It's weird
Yeah,
to me.
it's a topic that makes people squeamish, and I get that. But in my when I have the say so, it's just it's biology, and the easiest way to avoid making something like that taboo is just to be straight up with it. Like I see no I expect my children to be mature enough to handle it, and if they're not, then I will punish them accordingly. Because my stance on children is I'm not going to sugarcoat or lie to you about things, but that means that you need to be responsible enough to deal with things accordingly. And
Mm.
if you're not, then that's on you, not me.
I mean, yeah, I'm a very blunt person. It's just I think I'm softer when it comes to uh, people who are dying and kids.
It's interesting that that's your two soft spots. I, my again, there are things I would lie to children about. It's just not. It's just sex is not one of them, and also, sheltering them from certain kinds of media is not going to be one of them if I end up having children. Like, because my mom was always very quote unquote liberal with me when it came to what she let me watch, as long as I didn't internalize it too much. Like I remember when I was 4 years old, she used to let me watch Beavis and Butthead, and I suffered no major ill effects. And of course, being a '90s kid, our cartoons were dark and weird and fucked up sometimes. And I think there is something that the new generation doesn't have because they didn't grow up with those types of cartoons. So aside from something that I genuinely think is going to be psychologically scarring, I'm going to be relatively free spirited when it comes to what my children are allowed to watch. And if they show signs of not being able to psychologically handle it, I will address that on an individual by individual basis. Anyway, this was a very weird tangent about our various styles of dealing with children. Um,
Well, I mean, if anything, I'd be very tough but fair.
again, I think it depends on the thing in question. There
Well,
are
okay.
things.
Keep in mind, I made a vow to myself that I would kind of act like a stereotypical dad if I have a daughter who dates guys.
Okay, so you're doing the whole polishing the gun when the boyfriend comes over for the
Or
first time
yeah, if
shenanigans.
well, boyfriend and girlfriend don't really care. But
Yeah,
my
but
point,
still.
my point still stands. I practice this line constantly. You break her heart, I break your legs.
Hmm. Um, I don't. I probably would do that just for the sake of, but that's the thing. I would do it with my sons as well. Like if they brought over a girl, um, I would also be like, "Don't you dare hurt my son," because I think there is a bias we have in society because because of evolutionary psychology and gynocentrism. We
Well,
think
okay,
about
here's the thing, though. I think honestly, if I say this, I'm just gonna be called a misogynist or something.
well, you're gonna be called that anyway. I mean, with all the times we've criticized the Mary Sue, you don't think there's a significant
Right? Okay,
proportion
so you know what?
of someone on the internet who would
So
just
you
be
know
like,
what?
"You're a terrible misogynist."
Okay, so you know what? Fuck it, fuck it. It's just I think guys can handle a lot more, and that's not me saying like women can't handle stuff. I'm just saying like I think guys are kind of tougher in certain aspects.
Guys are naturally more psychologically resilient because they're expected to be, and because stoicism, um, because there is like neurologically speaking, um, there are neurological differences between a male brain and a female brain, and
Well, okay,
one
again, keep in
one
mind, I
one of
would
the
be very. It's just I think it's a natural response for me with if I were to have a daughter. I'd still be kind of untrustworthy with any of my kids having like significant others.
relationships, yeah.
Yeah. You know.
My biggest issue would be when it comes to relationships would be informing my kids ahead of time what relationships are supposed to be for. They're supposed to be for emotional uh attachment. They're supposed to be for um finding someone who you can spend the rest of your life with. I wouldn't be like the traditionalist dad who goes, you shouldn't have sex before you get married or anything like that. But I
No,
would be
no,
like,
no. That's
yeah, that's fucking stupid. And anyone who does do that, just why?
you
Why?
shouldn't be a parent, honestly.
Yeah. But that being the case, I do think there's kind of a weird cross wiring in culture these days about how sex is the first goal and then relationships come after. And I would be very clear about to my children about how no, you're supposed to, when you seek a relationship, you seek a relationship, and if sex happens, then sex happens. Um,
Just make
that's
sure
the
you
other
get
re-
protection. I don't want to be
yeah,
a grandparent just yet.
yeah, that's the other reason I would be kind of blunt about the whole biology thing when my children ask where babies come from, because the sooner we can get through the sex is icky phase, the sooner we can talk about it like fucking reasonable human beings. And it's important that, especially in areas of sex, you act like a reasonable human being, because if your brain shuts off the minute sex comes online, then you are a fucking moron and you are dangerous.
Right. Okay, so that was tangent for.
Extremely weird tangent about our various parenting styles. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Um, yeah, but
That's what they
I
come
get
here for. But
yeah, I guess my overall goal when raising children would be to um raise functional reasonable human beings who are capable of independent thought.
yeah, I don't know. So, well, I think another thing is that you gotta focus on making sure they can care about people, like teach them empathy and all that.
Um well, obviously when they're in the very earliest stages of childhood, yeah, but I think by the time they're 12 or 13, they'll probably start getting the hang of empathy on their own. I won't need
Well,
to.
the thing is, I'm just more afraid that if I don't do that, I'm gonna raise a fucking psychopath.
Yeah, that there's a worry there for me too, but the problem I have with that is if they're going to be like that, they're going to be like that anyway. And if they're not going to be like that, then I don't really. If they're not naturally inclined toward sociopathy, then I'm not going to force them to be all emotional because
Okay, you know what?
that
I'm calling it on
yeah,
this tangent just because it's been 15 minutes already, and
and we haven't gotten anywhere.
it's
Okay,
it's not
but
even related to the article at all.
yeah, so moving on to the actual substance of the article, we don't need to. This
Uh,
this could be a topic for a soliloquy all by itself. Oh God.
yeah. Okay.
Anyway,
Marvel to launch new Doctor Strange series, Surgeon Supreme. Dalton.
ah,
I thought that was gonna be a facepalm. Never mind.
it was. I just wanted to get the scream out first. Okay, guys, you have completely forgotten how his arc works. His arc. Okay, I will explain this again like I'm explaining this to a 5-year-old because I need to, apparently. His arc is the arc of a man who was given everything in life and appreciated nothing. Thereby, the universe pulled rank and beat the shit out of him so he would learn humility and to appreciate the things he is given by having to re earn them. However, there's a second layer to his arc. Namely, he was born with the natural predisposition to heal in a spiritual sense. But because Western society is less inclined toward the concept of spiritual healing, he sublimated the impulse he had to heal by becoming a doctor. That's one of the reasons he was such a miserable fuckwit when he was a doctor originally, because he was essentially compensating for his natural spiritual desire to heal by becoming a physical healer, and it didn't fit. That's why he became resigned and dismissive of his patients later on, because he was naturally unsatisfied with physical healing because he wasn't meant to be a physical healer, he was meant to be a spiritual healer. You know what? Neither of these elements of his backstory are served by him ever becoming a doctor again. And yet, here we are, because we need to deconstruct every single fucking aspect of a character before we can ever consider that we broke something. I guess. Hate. Just hate, 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 loathe entirely. I'm going full Jim Carrey Grinch mode on this. Fuck off. Ugh. Exactly. Ugh.
Oh, this. So it's Sunday 15th. This was really posted September 6th. So 9 days ago, this was posted. So it's a little old, but I think it's kind of still relevant.
Yeah, they're still doing it, and I'm still good God whying. So good God why?
This was also written by Rich Johnson.
Fuck you, Rich. Stay out of my life. You already broke probably my favorite comic in the history of the medium. You don't get to also break my favorite Marvel character. I don't have many favorite things, Rich. If you continue breaking all of my favorite things, I am going to kill you and feel no empathy for you whatsoever when you bleed out slowly and painfully. And you will bleed out slowly and painfully if I have to kill you, Rich, because you will deserve it by that point. And I will not care.
Wow.
I will set up a fucking sauce trap if you don't stop ruining everything I love.
Are you good, Dalton?
For now, let's see the depths of the stupid.
Okay. Well, we all know the story now. Doctor Strange was the world's greatest surgeon. Denied his ability when his hands were crushed, he sought mystical healing for his injuries to restore him from the Ancient One. Instead, he learned the skills of sorcery and became the Sorcerer Supreme of the Marvel Universe. Created by Steve Ditko and Stan Lee, played by Benedict Cumberbatch in Doctor Strange movie, his most recent series by Mark Waid and Jesus whatever, has been much lauded, but is soon to come to an end. Lauded.
Lauded by whom, Rich?
What is lauded?
Shills of the establishment media like yourself or actual Doctor Strange fans? Because I can tell you that I certainly haven't been lauding it. All I have said, and I will say this about Mark Waid's run, is it's better than the Jason Aaron run or the Donny Cates run. And I will say that my friend, who goes by the moniker Sanctum Blog on Twitter, who is probably the definitive expert on the character and the world's foremost Doctor Strange collector, the one person who can out geek me in the realm of Doctor Strange, he didn't really care for it much either. Although he was slightly more positive on it than I was. But neither of us really considered it very good. We just considered it passable, and passable, Rich, is not laud worthy. If you want to be lauded, do something laudable, is my motto. Or just fuck off, because you worsen everything, Rich Johnson. Just fuck all the way off and never write again, please. Continue, banana.
Right. To that degree, Blaine Cool understands from a recent meeting of comic book creators in New York who gossip like crazy that the Doctor Strange comic book will be relaunched by Marvel Comics in December or January, possibly part of the Boxing Day launch of the incoming anthology from Marvel Comics.
Okay, so are we going to see a bunch of alternate versions of a character? Is that what this is? If this is a what if or an Elseworld, I would be reasonably okay with that. I'm still not going to fucking read it because, again, him being a surgeon was. Him ceasing being a surgeon altogether was part of his arc for multiple reasons that I just went over. But it would at least mean that it wasn't meddling with the mainline universe. But alas, no, I've already looked ahead in this, and I don't think it is a what if or a Elseworlds. But let's see. Proceed.
And with the title Doctor Strange, Surgeon Supreme,
and can't we just discuss how hackneyed and cliched and annoying that title is just by itself? The term Sorcerer Supreme was already kitschy and retro and cheesy in exactly the weird psychedelic way it was supposed to be. Taking that and making him Surgeon Supreme is just cringy and awful. And the reason it's cringy and awful is because the unorthodox word supreme doesn't go with a mundane job like a surgeon, because that is the fucking point of the phrase. The point of the phrase Sorcerer Supreme is to evoke the kind of upscale, weird, sort of kitschy, mystical realm that Doctor Strange makes his way in. It doesn't work with a mundane job like sorcerer. Or it doesn't work with a mundane job like surgeon. Sorry, I misspoke. For me, being a sorcerer is a relatively mundane job, but that's because I've spent 13 years studying magic. Okay, but that's neither here nor there. Different topic for a different side rant that I'm sure we will eventually get into.
Whether this means a return to the operating table for the Good Doctor or a flashback to the days before his trip to Tibet is not yet clear. Nor is whoever the creative team for this new series will be, nor whether it will get its debut in Incoming. But
It's Wade again. It's Wade again. I already have looked ahead on this, and it's Wade again. And it, I hope to God it's just a flashback series. I really do. But the problem with doing a Doctor Strange flashback series is Stephen Strange, pre-sorcery, is one of the biggest assholes in the Marvel Universe. So unless you want every issue to be him being an absolute and abject asshole, you're going to have to quote unquote humanize him. And if you try to humanize pre-sorcery Stephen Strange to make him feel like a more sympathetic victim, you're going to ruin his arc. Because again, a large part of his arc is being an unsympathetic douchebag and essentially getting his comeuppance for being said unsympathetic douchebag. If you humanize him too much, to the point that we think of him as a victim rather than someone getting their just desserts, you're going to ruin his arc. And if you ruin his arc just because you had a stupid idea for an alternate universe and you decided to do it in the mainline universe for some reason, I'm going to be relatively pissed with you, Mark Waid. Proceed. Or not.
sorry, eating.
Okay.
But we'll probably find out soon. Scrubs up. Really get that. And that's all.
It's because the clothing that doctors wear.
Well, I know they're called scrubs, but I don't get what he means by that.
It's basically a weird pun-oriented way of saying get ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's not much to that article. I'm actually surprised because that's a bleeding. Because most articles like this are pretty long.
Yeah. Bleeding Cool and Rich Johnson particularly do not like to shut up very easily, but I guess this was just a news report article, so he didn't have any reason to stick ideological woo anywhere.
Oh, hey. Sokatano Gaming's here. Oh God, the freaking Marvel Comics has been bad since 2014.
Yeah, but do they have to find new and varied ways of being even worse? Is my question.
I don't. I think you might like the next comment. Oh my God, Surgeon Supreme is so freaking cringy. It's like a freaking meme.
Yeah, I already there was a whole rant about the actual specifics as to why it was cringy, and yeah, it's terrible.
Next one, I think, will give us some good amount of discussion.
Yeah.
CBR on comicbook.com. I don't know why I was going to say CBR. Comicbook.com. Brie Larson says she didn't play Captain Marvel because she wanted to be a hero.
Hands up for all the people going right now, no shit. Because it's fairly obvious to anyone that actually listens to her for 5 seconds that she has absolutely no interest in being a hero, but it's nice that she actually came out and admitted it. But that just goes to prove that these people have absolutely zero self-awareness whatsoever. Because even if that is the case, Brie, that's not supposed to be something you admit in public. Love.
For the record, folks, I'm still doing that rewrite of Captain Marvel. It's just taking longer than I expected.
Well, because there's more bullshit to have to clean up.
Mm-hmm. Well, namely, it's writing out the characters. That's the hard part.
Yeah, because you are quite a character-oriented guy, so of course you're gonna spend most time on characters.
Okay. Captain Marvel was a runaway hit for Marvel as millions flocked to the theater to see the hero make her debut on the silver screen.
Actually, given what we know about Disney cooking the books, that second bit there is debatable. It was a runaway hit for Marvel because it made over $1 billion. But again, given the stories about empty Captain Marvel theaters and the stories about Disney cooking the books, I have to wonder how much of that $1 billion actually came from people who wanted to see the movie, and how much of that $1 billion came from Disney covering its ass.
I know some of the money there is some of my money in that amount, unfortunately.
I pirated the fucking thing. I'm not paying for that shit.
I was more dragged to go.
Ah, okay. So it wasn't like you willingly chose to pay for it.
And I didn't even pay for it.
Okay, well, huzzah. Yeah, I pirated the fucking thing because you will get my money as and when you make a good movie and not before.
Mm-hmm. Brie Larson spoke out about her decision to take the role at the TIFF press conference for Just Mercy alongside her other co-star. What's TIFF?
The Toronto International Film Festival.
She made it clear that the decision to play Captain Marvel came down to the opportunity to grow in the role and mature over time.
Okay, Brie, here's your problem with that, love. You made the character a bland Mary Sue whose only flaw as yet established is that she is not confident enough in her own abilities. And given that that's her only established character flaw so far, you haven't left a lot of room to grow. You basically made a character, Brie, whose biggest problem is she doesn't realize how awesome she is. And that worked with a character like Captain America because Captain America has been restricted for the majority of his life. But it doesn't work for Captain Marvel because she was already a specialist in a Kree army battalion, and she already had powers that other Kree didn't have. So you can't really use the underdog who doesn't realize their own worth arc when, for all intents and purposes, your character is even more arrogant than Tony Stark pre-accident. So you needed to either match your performance with the character you wanted to play, or match the character with the performance you were intending on giving her. Since you played her as an arrogant Mary Sue, you needed to give her the arrogant bastard who learned the error of her ways origin. But you couldn't do that because that would imply being flawed in some way. Regardless, the absence of flaws kind of ruined your logic there. Proceed.
Well, I was gonna say, if you guys want to hear a version of Captain Marvel we could have got, I would be willing to read my version right now.
Please do. I'm sure your version makes more sense than hers does.
It kind of takes a. It takes about roughly, I'd say. Well, hold on. Let me see. Okay, let me open another page and copy the description of the character because I think it's actually kind of a lot. Maybe. Hold on. Page and a quarter. I had to like the rewritten version of my Captain Marvel is a page and a quarter.
Wow. You you really go a bit overboard on your characters there, dude. but that's
I
how
mean,
the characters work. So by all means, go ahead.
actually, this is the longest character I've written about.
And it's Captain Marvel. Oh my god.
Yeah, rewritten Captain Marvel just because. Okay, Carol Danvers / Veers / Captain Marvel. Born in Beverly, Massachusetts, raised by her single father due in part of her mother passing away when Carol was about 3, she grew up with stories of her father and grandfather flying in Vietnam and World War II, respectively. This made her want to join the Air Force, if only to feel close to her hero of a grandfather who passed away before Carol was born. Keeping a memento of her family's distinguished career in the Air Force via her grandfather's Air Force Cross as a necklace for luck and pride. Once entering the flight academy, she soared above her peers, gaining the nickname that would become her call sign, Rocketeer. During her Air Force career, she proved highly capable in tricky maneuvers and high-risk scenarios. She did often break formation and disobey orders, which got into hot water with many of her CEOs. However, she was accepted into the NASA pilot program, where she could work closely with Dr. Walter Watson, who was developing a faster-than-light travel engine for an experimental rocket. Carol was to offer aerodynamic expertise, which helped these two colleagues become closer. In a fifth attempt to make the engine work, Carol decided to fly it herself, despite the many protests of Dr. Lawson, who joined her in order to make sure she was safe during the test. At first, the flight was going well. They were reaching a speed not previously recorded by standard military jets at the time. But the pushing of the engine caused an explosion, sending Carol and Walter hurtling to the ground. But Carol was saved by Walter, who not only revealed he could fly, but also he was the alien known as Mar-Vell. Soon after the alien energy explosion and energy Mar-Vell used to protect her, it was soon found out that Carol had some of Mar-Vell's DNA and energy somehow merged with Carol's physiology, giving her lesser degrees of Mar-Vell's power, like concussive cosmic energy blast, flight, increased durability, and greater strength. Soon after this discovery, Mar-Vell took Carol to his hidden space lab in orbit, where she met and befriended Talos and the other Skrulls there. For 2 years, she was taught about her powers and trained how to properly use them. Within these 2 years, she and Mar-Vell developed a deep and personally intimate relationship, even having a mock marriage, but this happiness was short-lived when Yon-Rogg and Kree science officers came looking for Mar-Vell. While she was told by Mar-Vell to stay with the Skrulls, but due to her headstrong nature, she didn't want him to be without a wingman. When joining the fight, she wasn't prepared for the bare-skilled combatants. When she was being overrun, Mar-Vell raced to her, but was slain by Yon-Rogg. The death of her lover made her lose control, unleashing a torrent of energy. Cradling in the corpse of Mar-Vell, she was taken by surprise by the Kree, who, when bringing her back to Hala, she was tortured and brainwashed, but it did take a little over a year to complete. Now, as Veer's science officer specialist, she works with Yon-Rogg, her partner, aka handler, while she abides by orders. She does, however, inwardly at least, have thoughts that go against everything Kree, but she keeps her mouth shut. Only when she gets to Terra to find Talos, she starts to remember her past and help with Nick Fury. She finds a good friend and acceptance she didn't with the Kree. She's usually a wisecracking flirt with a bit of a show-off thrown into the mix, but really she's a determined, albeit sometimes stubborn, adventurer ready to fight the good fight. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, that was long, but it sounds infinitely better than what we got. So
Oh, God. I don't like talking that long.
this is what you have me for. I babble incessantly, so you don't have to.
Plus, I enjoy your company.
I appreciate that save.
Yeah, but again, not to toot my own horn, but I do think that if we got that version of Carol Danvers, we wouldn't be as
We wouldn't be as opposed to the character and her inclusion and possibly starring in the future of the MCU.
mhm.
And Marvel probably would have been in a better state of affairs post Endgame. Mostly in the sense that she wouldn't have pompously insisted that Spider-Man give her the gauntlet like he had done something wrong to her or something. That was the worst moment in Endgame, and that's saying something because I did not like Endgame at all, but possibly the worst moment in Endgame was her showing up and going, "Hey, Peter Parker, you have something for me?" As though she was naturally entitled to every fucking thing in the goddamn universe.
Honestly, I
Planet.
honestly didn't read that scene that way. It was just more of her quipping to Peter. I mean, it still was bad, obviously.
Well, that's the thing. Her natural arrogance comes through way too much. Even if she's just quipping with him, it still sounds like she's trying to be all, I'm entitled to everything in the goddamn universe being handed to me on a silver platter by characters that I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway, back to the article. Because as beautiful and well written as your version is, that is unfortunately not the version we have in the universe we find ourselves in.
Larson said, I didn't play Captain Marvel because I wanted to be a hero. I just wanted to be a person. This was a great platform for me to play a person. You're not a person, though. That Carol Danvers in that movie is not a fucking person. She's not even a hero. She's a kind of an arrogant.
And yeah, and this is the other half of the thing, Bree. You, for whatever reason, think that being a hero is somehow an elevation from being a person rather than an extension of being a person. Heroes are people. In fact, in most cases, it is their better humanity that makes them inclined toward being a hero. People who sacrifice, uh, people who sacrifice for a living and sacrifice their time and energy to save and or help other people, the people we define as heroes, Bree. And incidentally, the word hero means servant or savior. So the role of hero is to save and serve other people. Um, those people are that way because they are very in touch with the qualities that we define as incredibly human, the best qualities of humanity, the literal humanities as per the academic example of the humanities. Those are those better qualities, the qualities that make us more like humans and less like other animals, are what we mean when we say humanities. So the idea that to you a hero is something separate from being a person is frankly fucking baffling, although it does explain where your wires are getting so incredibly fucked here.
I feel like my version of Captain Marvel, I don't think she'd call herself a hero.
Probably not, but I think your version would probably not call herself a hero because she understands that she's not worthy of being called one yet. I think Bree doesn't want to call herself a hero because she finds there to be something shameful about being a hero, or incomplete or naive about being a hero. And Bree, in the immortal words of Adam Savage, well, there's your problem. If you think that there's something naive, dismissive, or shameful about being a hero, that somehow less than being an ordinary person, as opposed to more than being an ordinary person, which is the way most other people look at it. Not to make an ad popular argument, but yes, that is the standard. The standard way around Bree is someone is a person, and that person chooses to become a hero as an honorific task. In your mind, however, it appears to go person as the highest order of organic human, and hero is somehow a downgrade from that. What exactly the fuck, Brie? Or is it, perhaps, that you understand that hero implies service to other people, and that's what you're objecting to? You're objecting to, perhaps, the fact that heroes are expected to serve and save other people. Is that maybe what rubbed you so much the wrong way about being considered a hero or wanting to be a hero? Could it perhaps be that you want your personhood respected so much that you're unwilling to take on the role of a servant or savior? Which again is what the original word hero means.
Hmm. Okay.
You want your personal individuality aggrandized to such a degree that you don't want to serve or save other people. And that seems to I might be reading a little bit too much into her own psychology here, but that appears to be the crux of your issue, Bree. You consider personhood to be a greater position than hero.
In a world where we are very hard on people who grow and change, play characters who evolve and work alongside real human beings who grow and evolve, that is real strength, she concluded.
Yes, but your character is functionally incapable of that in every narrative that she is involved in because her role is to be perfect, and her only flaw that you've established in the MCU, Brie, is to underestimate herself and underestimate her worth. So, in your mind, Captain Marvel needs to value herself more, not less. And the thing about flawed characters, Brie, is when they are faced with their flaws, they value themselves less until they can grow and become better than their flaws. With your character, her only flaw is she doesn't realize how worthy and wonderful she already is. That's the exact opposite of what a human or a person would do in that situation. A human person is a flawed individual who seeks to become better than they already are, rather than assuming they are already as wonderful as they would ever need to be.
Okay, so this actually brings up this point about the character, the actual character of Captain Marvel, and my revision of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
What would you say? Okay, you brought up the flaws of the actual Captain Marvel in the movie, right? She doesn't realize how totally yas queen perfect she is.
Yeah.
But let's also look at the actual flaws of her. She is completely arrogant. Um, yeah.
Self-centered,
Hmm.
entitled.
Yeah.
She feels as though the rest of the world needs to um,
Uh,
revolve around her at all times. Um,
I feel like there's an actual term psychology wise for that kind of personality. Can't remember what it was called, but
Narcissistic is
yeah.
the word
So
you're referring to, I think there. Um, she also has a massive victim complex, as we see when she's faced with Yon-Rogg, because she insists on never needing to prove anything to you. Mm-hmm. Head bob.
okay. And the description I give my character of my revision of Captain Marvel. What would you say her flaws are?
Um, she's headstrong, which is something I think she might have in common with MCU Captain Marvel. But
Okay.
your character uh is headstrong, but not necessarily arrogant.
No,
Um,
she, yeah. So she's very headstrong. She has very much problem with authority.
Short-sighted, I think too, because she doesn't really understand the consequences of her actions.
Yeah. I would say she's kind of has a gun ho attitude.
Well, that could just as easily be a positive. So I would that's the other thing. Uh, Brie Larson's Captain Marvel doesn't really have a positive or upbeat attitude. She has resting bitch face and arrogance. Those are really her only two. Her only two emotions are I am a hard bitch and I am the best thing ever.
Yeah, we really needed a better actress for that character.
Again, I really think that Rebecca Romaine would be an amazing choice because having watched her for, I want to say 5 seasons on TNT's The Librarians, every aspect of Eve Baird, if that was in Captain Marvel, I would actually love the character.
Mhm. Yeah, and again, I'm not trying to do like the whole self. It's, I'm not trying.
Self-aggrandizement.
Yeah, for my writing, obviously, I'm
Yeah.
not. I'm not saying it's better or anything. I'm just saying like,
Well, I think even if you were to say it's better, I think you have plenty of objective factors to back that up with. I don't think you're being arrogant by
well,
saying
to be honest, it took me a while because I had to look up I had to look up the origins, like different web pages and stuff for the origins of Miss Marvel and Carol
So
Danvers.
you're saying you actually did research, which is a far cry from what anyone connected with Captain Marvel appears to have done.
Yeah.
Certainly not Brie Larson herself.
But actually, this also brings up another point with the character because she says that she wants to play a person, right? And so that would mean that Captain Marvel would have a personality, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Assuming, yeah.
Okay. So what's again another comparison, I guess? And I'm not trying to like. I'm not trying to. I'm just comparing like differencing in writing and writing of characters.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I am kind of trying to plug my other channel, Brainstorm Pop Culture. Go check it out. I will have videos of stuff there soon. But so yeah, what is Carol's personality? We tried to mention her flaws, like in the actual Captain Marvel movie.
Aside from the flaws that they don't want to attribute as flaws, I don't really think she has one.
Right. Okay. So, I mean, I wrote that as the last line of the character. She is flirty. She's adventurous. And in some cases, she is very noble. For my version again.
Yeah.
And
There is staggeringly little nobility in Captain Marvel, aside from the aristocratically pompous variety.
yeah. So I already have. So there's already more to my version of Captain Marvel's personality than the actual version.
Yep.
I'm sure I'm gonna get a lot of flack for that at some point.
Well, I mean, again, under most normal circumstances, I would caution you from being arrogant as well, but I don't think you're being arrogant here. I think you're just stating objectively verifiable things.
The thing is, I feel like I'm coming off as arrogant when I say things like that.
And maybe you are, but the thing that most people agree on is that the MCU Captain Marvel is not very well handled. So saying you're better than MCU Captain Marvel, I wouldn't say is very arrogant. That's just because MCU Captain Marvel is a very, very low bar to begin with.
Okay, so
Saying you're better than that is like saying, I think I'm better than stage 4 stomach cancer. Well, that's not exactly arrogant. That's just good. That's like bare minimum.
okay. One thing Marvel has done a great job of is making their heroes very relatable.
I would agree with that in general, but would you care to look at the exception there? Because you might find a rather negative thing if you did that, namely that she is the probably the first MCU character so far that is not any of those qualities. I mean, I might be wrong. Feel free to disagree with me if I am, but I'd venture to say that yeah, she's probably the first. Like even side characters like the Ancient One are more relatable than Captain Marvel is.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. It's just within the context of this article and everything prior we have read, I don't agree with that because obviously this writer, Aaron Piern, Hearn, um,
Uh, just Aaron,
yeah,
for sake of simplicity, I think.
yeah, Aaron is obviously referring to Captain Marvel um, being very being very relatable, or at the most just a relatable character. And again, I don't want to keep doing this, but also it's just kind of trying to plug that video before it comes out, which I realize is kind of stupid. But um, there's no, I don't remember relating much to the character of Captain Marvel on the fact that I don't really care. Like she's just this arrogant prick that just does things and it all turns out all right for her.
There's nothing relatable there, and that's not to say you can't relate to characters that are pricks. Like, for example, I relate rather strongly to John Constantine.
I'm
And
not
he
saying that. It's just the fact that there's nothing to make Captain Marvel relatable.
Yeah, no, there's no depth or complexity there. Again, compare that to someone like Constantine, who is one of the most epic fuck ups in the history of anywhere ever. Um, like John Constantine, when he makes a mistake, he ends up winding people that he cares about up in hell. And
Yeah.
that's yeah. But that being said, he's still snarky. He can still be a smartass. He can still he's still very obviously well read and well learned. Even if he doesn't know how to use half of the shit that he's read, which is often the case with Constantine.
Yeah.
Um, he still he still is the kind of character that you would want to sit down and have a pint with. And I say pint because he's British, and that's how they do things there across the pond. Um, but yeah, he's the kind of guy you would want to sit and have a long conversation with. And of course, if he ended up liking you, you would probably wind up in hell. But that's a different conversation. With Captain Marvel, I don't think I could deal with her for more than 5 seconds without either saying something she would deem to be misogynistic or going the fuck away.
Right.
And as a case in point, the biker dude who hits on her for like 5 seconds in Captain Marvel. Whether you canonize the um extended version or not, he said all of 5 words to her, and he got the he got things taken
And
away from him.
yeah,
If
you
you
guys had both.
canonize the extended scene, he got the literal shit kicked out of him, and if you don't canonize the extended scene, he at least got all of his shit taken. So
Well, no, he got his bike taken. I think they reshot it to where there was a mannequin with regular old clothes on it that she stole. So
right,
either way,
right,
she's still a thief.
but she also took his helmet and his keys and presumably anything that he had on the bike. So
Yeah.
yeah, whether you canonize the extended version or not, I personally do. My headcanon when it comes to expanded scenes rather than deleted scenes are uh the expanded version happened, it just happened off screen, usually.
Hmm.
And given the way the movie is shot, that totally justifies my opinion, at least in this case.
Don't get me started on the whole filming of the movie. It's just because
Yeah,
people will be taking a lot of drinks for that. I know that. So
yeah, we'll just get our audience slowly increasingly more drunk with our various drinking games.
right. But again, with comparison with my revision of Captain Marvel, and again, I'm not. I hate that I have to do this like 3 times already, but I just again for comparison of 2 different versions of Captain Marvel, one that could have been and one that we got.
Mm.
Okay, so What was the original point of what we were talking about? Like relatability, right? Relatability. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and I guess it does tie in with her personality as well. Okay, so she joined the Air Force to feel closer to her family, who had been part of the Air Force. So she's a legacy. She's a legacy in the military,
Hmm.
and I'm sure some people can relate to that, or at least a certain job or something that you.
Yeah, I expect a lot of people can relate to the concept of the family business or honoring your relatives or ancestors by doing something that they did,
Yeah,
or growing up with like a childhood aspiration because that's something that someone you respected did.
mhm. And she, God, I'm now just realizing that I really put that character through the ringer.
Well, again, you had a lot of things to fix. It's a slightly newer variation of Goodfellas Law. It takes 3 seconds to spray shit over the room. It takes all day to clean up that shit, and you had a lot of shit to clean up.
Right? But she's also and she has trouble listening to authority. That's part of her personality, and I'm sure people know what that's like when they were like teenagers and stuff. That
And some of us still uh require that authority abide by logical standards or don't listen to it.
mhm.
Hi.
Yeah, so that and she loses. I kind of want to say the love of her life, or at least a love of her life, because of
in
her.
the form of in the form of Marvel, yeah.
Yeah, in because of her brashness, her hot-headedness to jump into fray, and it's kind of on her. The whole great power, great responsibility thing.
Hmm.
And she's also kidnapped, and I mean, yeah, that obviously that's not relatability, total relatability, but that's you can empathize with that character that she's kidnapped and tortured and brainwashed for a little over a year,
Hmm.
and even then she's still her. There are still aspects of her personality that still exist within the new one that was made. Like she doesn't, while she keeps her mouth quiet to the things she doesn't like. Oh, hey, Professor Pixel. We're not much. We're talking about Captain Marvel.
And how Brie Larson didn't want to play Captain Marvel as a hero, surprising no one.
Right now we're talking about my version.
Yeah, because Brainstormer did a rewrite, and surprise, surprise, it's better than the whatever the fuck we got in.
Well, I'm still doing it. I'm still trying to get through all the characters. It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, he's in the process of rewriting Captain Marvel,
Hmm.
and pity him for he has to clean up a bunch of shit.
Yeah, but yeah, I think ultimately you can relate and empathize with my version of Carol Danvers more than the one we got. And again, that's not trying to me being arrogant. That's just me kind of saying, um, with a lot of.
He managed to pass a very very low bar, is what he's saying.
It's not even that. I'm just, again, I'm worried I'm coming off as some type of arrogant when I say my thing is better
But,
than the
but,
actual
but,
thing we got.
but believe me, Brainstormer, if I thought you were coming off as arrogant, I would be the first person to dress you down. But in this case, all you're saying is you managed to not be the worst thing ever.
Yeah, I guess. Again, it's on me because that's because of my thing with characters. I like characters a lot, so um, and I always try to make characters sympathetic, even sometimes the villains, or sometimes. And I feel like if you're going to have a protagonist, you got to make them empathetic almost immediately. Not well, empathetic and relatable to a degree.
Hmm.
So yeah, okay. Moving on. The interplay. interplay between different characters in various movies is always a high point for each installment. For her credit, Larson fit alongside Samuel L. Jackson in Captain Marvel's first outing.
Is that really a credit, though? Didn't it just show how much better at acting Samuel L. Jackson was? Because that's the only lesson I learned from that juxtaposition.
I honestly don't remember any of their banter.
No, I don't. I don't remember. Well, I remember some of the moments that made me groan incessantly, but that movie was mostly just forgettable.
Yeah, that's the thing I said when we reviewed it.
You will not remember this movie in T minus 5 seconds.
Yeah. Okay. No, stop it. Then in Avengers Endgame, she didn't miss a beat along with the Syndicate. She was barely in the movie.
Yeah, she was in there for like 5 seconds, and like I said, one of those 5 second scenes was probably the most insufferable line of the movie, whether it was trying to be banter or whether it was trying to be her owning Spider-Man, it was still insufferable to the end.
Right? And that's why that fan edit of it. Honestly, I wasn't surprised with a fan edit of Avengers Endgame taken around because honestly, it'd just be the same old movie. Again, she's barely in it at all.
Yeah, it'd just be like what, 12 minutes short maybe? Because there's the scene where where she shows up and is like, "Where's Fury?" And Thor's like, "I like this one." No, you don't, Thor. No, you don't. And nobody is believing you when you say you
Um,
do.
the 5 years scene where she's talking with Black Widow,
Yeah.
which
And
is the scene
then
where Rocket makes fun of her new hairdo.
yeah, and Rocket was the more sympathetic in that instance.
Yeah.
Well done. You managed to make a raccoon more sympathetic than Captain
Then
Marvel.
then the crashing into Thanos' ship, then the Peter Parker scene, then the A-Force scene. That well, I'd say there are at least 10 scenes, maybe.
Yeah, so maybe 10 to 12 minutes
Yeah,
altogether.
at best. And honestly, I don't remember her really talking with any of the cast in that movie.
Aside from when she tried to pwn Thor and pwn Spidey.
I don't I don't think she was phoning Thor.
Well, she was pwning the rest of the Avengers, and Thor was standing there.
I again I don't. Don, I don't. I think you're
They,
reading too much into that scene.
she literally pulled the, "Why are you going to be successful this time? Because this time you have me." So yeah, it's her belittling the rest of the
But,
Avengers.
but she gets shot down by Rhodey.
Yeah, again, Rhodey was. See, the thing is, I think the movie framed that as him being an idiot or him being a misogynist, and we're supposed to be sympathetic to her. But in actuality, he was the most sympathetic person in that scene. He was actually saying the thing that everyone else was thinking but couldn't say.
Right. Okay. In-game writers Christopher Marcus and Stephen McFeely had a bit of a pickle on their hands when deciding including. It's how to include, not including.
Again, editors, people, you're professionals, please get them.
How to include Captain Marvel into the large-scale team-up before the script for the solo outing existed. And that's your first problem. You didn't have a properly set up first movie. If anything, you should have just waited until after Endgame to do her first movie.
Yeah, but they fully know that if they tried that, it wouldn't have been as successful as it was because 90% of its box office was people looking forward to Endgame.
Still, both writers were trying to establish consistent tone around the character as she would have been active for 23 years at the time Endgame takes place. Huh. How old is she?
I want to say she's like 28 in
I think it's 93.
1995 when the movie takes place.
I thought it was 1993.
Oh, is it 93? It might be. I thought it was 95, but
Well,
regardless.
either way, she'd be like what, in her early 50s by the time Endgame happens.
Yeah. Not in terms of her biological age, but in terms of her actual time in existence.
Huh.
Yeah, I thought she was like in her late 20s or early 30s when the movie happens. So, actually, how old is Brie Larson? Because that's a good indicator of how old the character was, I think.
Okay, hold on. Professor Pixel talked about this with Dolan a few days ago. Captain Marvel wasn't a bad movie. It wasn't a good movie. It's just something that existed.
Yeah.
Okay. She's 29.
Okay, so if we're assuming that
She was probably
Captain Marvel is exactly as old as Brie Larson would have been when she was playing her, then so yeah, 28 roughly.
23. Hold on, let me get a calculator now. It's gonna bother me. So 28 plus 23. 51.
Yeah.
Wait. Do you think that includes the 5-year time skip?
I would imagine so, considering she's still alive and at post time skip.
Right. So
yeah, it's okay. So from 93 to 2018 would have been 23 years. Or no, it actually would have been more than that. 93. So
no, wait. I
she would
might.
have been
It actually might have been 95. I just wasn't sure. I thought.
okay. So let's say for the sake of simplicity, it's 95. And I am 24 and I was born in 1995. So 24 years taking her up to 2019 plus 5 years. So yeah, 20. So yeah, if she was 28 in 95, then she would need to be 28 plus 29 in at the end of Endgame post 5-year snap or 5-year time skip.
So would she be 51 or 53?
I think it'd be 53 because that would take into account the time skip.
I don't know. Whatever. I'm not. It's hard to wrap my brain around it because. Whatever.
Actually, you know what? She'd actually be older because 28 plus 29 is just 2 shy of, or 3 shy of 60. So she'd be 57.
Huh. I mean, I'm not really gonna say anything because Captain America's like in his 90s at that
And
point.
he's still biologically like 18 technically. So yeah.
I would say 20s at least, like mid 20s.
Well, he was 18 when the experiment happened.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying like in the time he woke up and all the years he's been Captain America with the Avengers.
Right, but did at least in the comics, it suspended his aging. So if he was 18 when the experiment took place, then he's technically still 18 physiologically in the future,
Huh.
which just means that he's a really, really buff 18-year-old, which I have seen, so it's not unreasonable.
No, yeah, no, I get that. It's just wow. I mean, it probably doesn't help that Chris Evans does look a little older than that, but then again, a lot of people I know look older than they actually are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This has been another very interesting side tangent.
The duo, along with the rest of the creative team, navigated those raw waters carefully before handing the character over to Anna Boden and Ryan Fleck, which I believe are the directors of Captain Marvel.
Yes,
And
I know they did.
Then they did a shit job.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to like bash or anything. I think they tried at least, but they didn't.
I think it was more they just didn't have material to work with. But then again, they also wrote the movie, so yeah, not good.
This is why I think I'd boom more in the indie scene than the actual Hollywood scene as a filmmaker.
Well, but they were indie directors before they got the job. This was their big break.
Well, no, it's not that. It's just more of I would prefer to do my own work and not be constrained by all the weird red tape of Hollywood.
True, but if you worked with properties that people actually gave a damn about, I don't think you would be as constrained as other people are. Because you actually know how properties work, or can at least research how properties work. And so you wouldn't need to there wouldn't need to be a limiter on you because you would actually bother to respect the properties you're working on.
And even if it isn't properties I'm connected to. Even if it's not properties I'm invested
in. If it's not a property you're familiar with, you will get familiar because you actually have intellectual honesty about your profession.
Probably again why I wouldn't be able to work in Hollywood because
that's apparently forbidden for the most part.
McFeely explains the challenges to Backstory magazine. Yeah, that was God. I can't imagine too many people in Hollywood have had to deal with that particular issue.
What?
About writing a character into a sequel movie before the character's in their own movie.
Yeah, that's probably a rather unique. That's a rather unique Marvel problem.
Yeah, which is why I like to like when I'm doing my superhero universe thing. This is why I like to like make sure I have everything planned out ahead of time, like everything. I don't get me wrong, I'd be willing to change things, but overall, like the skeleton of things, no, no changing that. Because I feel like they only had plans for like phase 1, and then they were just kind of hopping and skipping along. After that, Marvel.
I don't know. I think they had a broad idea of where they wanted to go, but they also reacted a lot to what the audience wanted, which, to be fair, worked out for the most part.
Yeah. Again, it's just me. I like to have all my bases covered when it comes to certain things like this. So, and by that I mean like have it all meticulously planned out. Okay. I remember sitting next to Anna and Ryan as they called action on Bree's first day as Captain Marvel, which is on Endgame and for the and for the few weeks before that, they've been around watching Joe and Anthony work because this is a big step for um, Bodek and Fleck in terms of size of movie.
Hmm.
Yeah, they were indie directors. I won't die. That'd be pretty freaking cool to see a see a big budget action movie set.
Well, not only that, but to know that your next project was going to be a big blockbuster.
Yeah.
If all you've done is indie stuff,
True.
of
I mean,
course. But that comes with its own sort of caveat, because if I were an indie director and I suddenly got brought up to quote unquote the big leagues, I would be happier than a pig in shit. So I would want to work my ass off and prove to whoever gave me the break that I deserved it, which they don't appear to have done, sadly.
hmm okay. I'm sorry. I had to step out for a second. What did I miss?
Um, what what you missed was just me admonishing the directors for um because if I were an indie director who got brought up to the big leagues, I would make every effort to prove that whoever gave me that opportunity was justified in doing so, and they don't appear to have done that.
I think they did try at least. I just think they weren't. I've never
They
seen
weren't
their other
ready.
work. I've never seen their other work, so I don't know how.
They had a few TV shows from what I remember.
Okay. See, I'd say that's one reason why Captain Marvel didn't work is because, but then again, Joss Whedon directed Avengers, and he was mainly known for working on TV shows.
And the Russos got their start in Community and Captain America Winter Soldier, Captain America Civil War, and both Avengers movies were at least passable.
Yeah, so
And some of them were great, so you can't really. That is actually one of the things that I like the MCU for doing, is they never go for the name directors. They always go for someone who's young and hungry and ready to prove themselves in some way.
yeah, so I wasn't gonna say that. I was just gonna say I think they didn't really know what to do with all the resources they were given. Is the thing.
Yeah, that's true, and I would say the same is true of Scott Derrickson in Doctor Strange.
Yeah, I at least
But
appreciate that they attempted. They at least
yeah,
tried.
and it is also possible, and I know this from interviews post movie. A lot of the restraints that the first Doctor Strange movie had uh were because they were just starting a franchise. So maybe the sequel will be better for both properties. I hope. But then
Right.
again, you still have to contend with Brie Larson in the case of Captain Marvel, and that appears to be a quite terrible thing in and of itself.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on. Um, okay, Marcus and McFeely had to work in concert with Bowden and Fleck to round out Captain Marvel. She officially joins the Avengers in 2018 after Snap and stays on intermittently throughout the 5-year time jump. There are other developments for her personality as evidenced by her costume change before the time heist. She's not. I mean, I figure they were. Yeah, Professor Pixel. An attempt was made. But again, Captain Marvel was not in the movie as much.
No. And acting like she was, or that it was so important, is just sad.
Yeah, Um, I do wish that maybe they could have spent a little bit more time in like the 5 years, because I feel like there was a little more interesting stuff within there than there was in the actual movie.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, folks, Avengers Endgame, I will be doing a complete rewrite, video series of rewrites, actually. That's right. I have so much stuff to, quote unquote, well, not really fix, but just um, I'm doing my own version, because if you remember our review of it, we did have problems with it.
So many.
I think you had more problems with them than I.
Yeah, I know, but I also had higher hopes than you did, I think.
I won't disagree that the time travel thing was kind of messed up from the beginning. I think they could have worked, but I don't think they really made it work.
Well, there was no need of it to begin with. That's my big problem with it. Like, instead of doing the same gimmick that every other big franchise has done over the years, why don't you try something new that no other franchise can do? Like, for example, oh, I don't know, the Celestials you've been establishing since Guardians 1, or maybe since the entire world was going to be watching this movie anyway, and you can get away with the bigger things, take the opportunity to establish the cosmic entity. Damn you.
Yeah, I'm not going to deny that. Holy shit, Don! I think you gave me an idea. I'm not going to say it though. I'll tell you after the stream.
Okay, huzzah.
I'm just now realizing we have 3 more articles to go. Okay, we sat with them and showed them the draft and said, here's how she works in our movie, and here's how she sounds. Do you think this version of her, which is a version we had to decide on for our movie, which is 20 years after the hypothetical movie you're going to make, have we done everything that would force you to do anything you didn't want to do previously? McFeely added. I'm just kind of curious to see what McFeely and Marcus's script was.
Yeah, that it definitely would interest me, although my main complaint is, where is the living tribunal scene? You guys had it in there and you eventually got rid of it for reasons that baffle me for uh different rant and one that I've already done. Moving on.
Yeah, okay. The writers also employed the wiggle room between Captain Marvel's first superhero adventure in 95. Okay, so it was in 95.
Mm-hmm.
And the present day setting of Endgame, which is actually set technically in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Um, any inconsistencies could be boiled down to the natural growth that occurred during the unseen 20 plus years in space between the two films. But there isn't any growth though.
No, she's exactly the same cocky, pompous douchebag that she is in her own movie, which gives you the question of what the fuck was she doing for
And it does bring up
30 plus years.
it brings up an interesting point. If anyone, because in my version of Endgame, I do not have Captain Marvel in there, mainly on the fact. Well, okay, I'll save that for a later time, because just I'm not sure if people want me to. Because again, I'm rewriting that character, and it's mostly I'm rewriting Avengers Endgame with the characters we had previously set up before.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't exactly have the same. Can't have exactly my Captain Marvel appear in Avengers Endgame, because that wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, I mean, that 20 years is both a weird thing to prompt us and a bit of a cushion, in that there's no telling what happens between the end of Captain Marvel and her appearance in Our World. Marcus chimed in. So any fluctuations in character or appearance could be chalked up to the 20 years. I don't look like I looked 20 years ago. We had to come up to some consensus. That consensus was a hit with audiences, and now they're hungry for Captain Marvel 2. Now,
Who? Who? I demand you to tell me who. Who is looking forward to this? Who?
no doubt there will be even more growth in store for Carol Danvers.
I very, very much doubt it, considering if what we already have is your definition of growth, then you suck. Piss off.
Uh-huh.
Because there was no growth whatsoever. Again, the only thing that we saw was I'm awesome, but I don't realize I'm awesome. And now I realize I'm awesome. Scene. That's that is literally it. It's I'm awesome, but I do not yet realize how awesome I am. Cut to end of movie. I'm awesome, and now I realize I'm awesome, and I don't have to prove anything to anyone.
See, that actually would have worked if it didn't kind of the stereotypical route with that she doesn't really value herself, she doesn't really think.
Yeah, if she was humble and she belittled herself and she didn't realize her own potential, that would work because that worked with Cap. That's how you do a too pure for his or her own good character. But what we got instead was arrogant bitch who values herself too highly, was apparently correct to value herself too highly, flying in the face of all narrative convention and any kind of logic whatsoever.
Right. You know what's funny?
Okay, this is what this is like. Imagine if that Iron Man had. Imagine if he remained the cocky asshole he was in Iron Man 1 all throughout the entire MCU, still being a weapons dealer, still doing all the shit he does, but for some reason doing Iron Man as like a self-aggrandizement project or a ego trip so that he could also get hero points.
Well, one thing I feel like Robert Downey Jr. would have dropped out at that point, or would never signed up for that character.
Well, probably, but in this hypothetical, let's say that Robert Downey Jr. still on him up his own ass because he's still on drugs. Let's say that for whatever reason.
I don't want to imagine that, man.
Yeah,
it's too sad.
Let's say for the sake of argument that he wasn't in his right mind when reading the script and thought this was a good idea. Does anyone honestly believe we would still have an MCU at that point? Because my bet is that movie would have bombed like a hurricane, and we would still be thinking that the best comic book movie we could get was like V for Vendetta. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, is there anything last words to say, or
just fuck all y'all in your absence of self-awareness? There was no growth for Captain Marvel aside from her being a pompous bitch. And you need to learn to deal with this or you will remain in denial for the rest of the MCU. And we really can't afford that.
Yeah. Okay, so this is one don't. Well, honestly, I'd say a good chunk of these are the ones Dalton sent to me.
Yeah.
This one, I think Dalton. I don't think you're like. It's not like a super personal thing with you with this article, but I think he sent to me for a specific reason.
Possibly.
Avengers comic featuring gay kiss banned by Rio de Janeiro authorities. Hollywood Reporter.
Yeah, and if you notice the picture there, yeah, it's Hulkling and Wiccan. Some religious nutcase decided it was a good idea to ban a kiss between what, in my opinion, is probably the best gay couple in comics. And also my personal relationship goals. Because fuck you. I can say that.
Okay. The collected edition of Avengers: The Children's Crusade has come under fire for featuring a kiss between two male characters. I guess that's the subtitle. Um, I gotta ask, Dawn, have you read that Avengers: The Children's Crusade?
I think Children's Crusade was the first series that had Hulkling and Wiccan in it, if I'm remembering correctly. Or at the very least, that was when they established the relationship.
Okay.
Because for a while there they were just teammates, but then they realized they liked each other, and it was a whole thing. It was done properly before the social justice woo set in.
Okay.
But
I feel like at some point you're gonna have to like try and get me to find those comics, just because you've described this relationship, and I will not deny it. I am a bit of a romantic.
and to be fair, I think if you're in any way romantic and you don't have like a unnatural bias against gay relationships, I can't imagine a person um looking at Hulkling and Wiccan and not going awe at least once, because it is very, very awe worthy. And if you're like me and you happen to be bisexual, and also the relationship described in their case is very much your type, you will probably agree with me that it's probably the best gay romance in comics.
I don't know if I'll go all because I have a cold, black, empty heart.
Yes, but you're also a hopeless romantic, so the odds are virtually inevitable. And
One,
keep in mind how much darker and more fucked up I can be than you, and I still go, oh.
you want to bet I won't go all because I will bet.
I I would bet, but I have nothing that's bettable to put on the line for this.
What about your Swamp Thing collection?
Um, I actually only own one volume of Swamp Thing.
Okay, well then never mind. I'm not gonna take one here. I'm gonna take that from you, man. I
Yeah.
was joking, obviously.
But that being the case, I'll tell you what. If we get to more, if we get to enough subscribers to be monetized on this channel, and then we set up a not a Patreon because fuck Patreon, but a crowdfunding mechanism, I will put the bet money in whatever crowdfunding website we end up using if you don't go off.
Wait, does it have to be an audible awe or is it an inward awe?
Any emotional reaction that can be grouped under the heading of awe.
Okay, you know what? I retract the bet. I retract the bet.
Yeah, because I don't think you're gonna. Knowing you and knowing your romantic tendencies, I don't think you're gonna make it out of reading Hulkling and Wiccan's relationship and not going off. At least when they're not written by idiots, because sometimes they're written by idiots.
Are we talking Scene of Grace idiots or are we talking something less severe?
See, this is the weird thing about Hulkling and Wiccan. Despite being a really adorable gay couple, they never get SJW'd because for whatever reason SJWs don't like using them. Or rather they very rarely show up in SJW books. Sometimes they do, and predictably those times they are written by idiots, but
That's actually
for whatever reason, the group we tangentially refer to as SJW Marvel doesn't like using Hulkling and Wiccan. And as much as that annoys me because they are gay characters and you would think they would be the first characters you would want to use, I prefer a world in which Hulkling and Wiccan are not fucked up. So I'm not gonna look that gift horse in the mouth. It prevents two of my favorite characters and probably my favorite couple in comics from getting fucked up. So
Okay,
okay.
that's like kind of surprising, to be honest.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me either. For whatever reason, they prefer to either change existing straight characters to gay characters, or they prefer to create SJW characters and make them gay, but they don't utilize
Um,
North Star much either. Although I never really got quite as much into North Star because despite being gay, it takes more than just a character being gay to have me enjoy them.
yeah, it could,
The
yeah,
main the main reason I ship so hard when it comes to Hulkling and Wicked is because, like I said, their relationship is basically identical to the relationship I hope to someday have with
right.
somebody.
So what I was gonna say is it could be that Wiccan and Hulkling don't have, a lot of mainstream appeal or some, which I realize is kind of
I
weird.
don't know. They have a pretty hardcore fan base, and even on Tumblr, which is a hive of SJW scum and villainy a lot of the time. So it surprises me that they don't use Hulkling and Wiccan nearly as much. But yeah, again, I'm not looking that gift horse in the mouth.
Right.
If you want to make new horrible characters gay because reasons instead of ruining the two gay characters you already have, then by all means go right ahead and do that.
Maybe because they're a happy relationship and you can't really do much with that happy relationship, or at least they think you can't do anything with that happy relationship.
I swear to God, if they make either of these characters abuse victims because of some social commentary bullshit, I'm going to flip so much shit.
Weird thing is, my mind went to that one of them was going to cheat on the other.
Yeah, again, don't do that. Nobody ever do that. If you ruin my one and only gay ship, I'm going to burn things. And some
Right.
of those things might involve people.
Okay, so instead of us talking about SJWs, we're going to talk about what do we call them?
Puritans.
Yeah.
The original flavor of moral Puritan, the right wing nut jobs, the evangelicals.
Keep in mind, this is in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. So not America this time, folks, which is again surprising.
Sort your shit out, Brazil.
Right. Okay. In an unexpected move, Rio de Janeiro Mayor Marcelo Crivella has announced that the translated edition of the Marvel comic book series Avengers: The Children's Crusade would be removed from the literary festival Rio Centro Bienal de la Vivo. It's funny. I actually took Spanish a few years ago in high school. I don't remember a single goddamn thing.
Which is doubly funny because you're Hispanic.
I'm full blood, dude. I'm full blood American. I speak. To quote, if anyone's ever seen the Nickelodeon show Sam and Cat, um,
Yes, although I am amazed you're making a reference to it.
this is America. You either speak English or Spanish. I only speak, yeah.
Sad but true. I actually avoided taking Spanish in high school specifically because I didn't want to.
Well, the only
Um,
reason I signed up for Spanish is because a friend told me that I had to take a language credit to graduate.
yeah, fortunately for us, you didn't have to take a language credit to graduate.
I didn't either. I thought I did, but I didn't. But I still had to take it because I signed up for it.
You already let the Mexican jumping bean out of the box.
Okay, see, now that was kind of racist.
I would have said let the cat out of the bag, but I saw an opportunity and I took it. Ole, I guess. I'm sorry. moving on. Before I make other awkward Spanish puns and jokes. Oh god.
So as to protect the city's children from what he described as sexual content from minors. It's a fucking kiss.
Okay, that, and also, are you going to apply the same? This is my issue. If he really has such a hang up about sexuality, I think he's stupid and prudish and an idiot, but he's free to have that. But my question is, would he do the same thing for an issue that, say, featured Mary Jane and Peter Parker kissing? Or Superman and Lois Lane kissing?
Well,
Or Kent and Enzo Nelson kissing? Would he have it? Would he have an issue with that kind of kiss? Or is it viewed as specifically more sexualized because it's gay? In which case, you can fuck right off, sir.
yeah,
And if I knew a fancy Spanish way of telling you to fuck off, I would. But that's not my area.
I can kind of go British when I think of creative ways to say go fuck off. Not going to though.
Sawed off, you wanker. In the words of the popular British colloquialism. That's another way of putting it. Yeah, but
Well, I was talking more in voice than anything.
okay, yeah, but yeah, fuck yourself in the ass with the tip of a sombrero, you stupid, arrogant prick.
So you just going racist now, dude, or is that just?
I'm sorry, but I can only use this kind of imagery in so many ways, and
Okay. Anyone who watches this, I'm gonna say it as part Hispanic, he gets a fucking pass. Okay, he gets a fucking pass for this article.
I mostly said it because I knew it would. If this person ever sees it, it will piss him off. That I said something to a Hispanic about, with Hispanic imagery, and B, that I told him to fuck himself in the ass because apparently he has such a hang up with the gays.
But no, he gets a Hispanic card pass. Okay, just don't overuse it. Don't.
I have been momentarily shielded by the Hispanic card. Huzzah.
You're welcome.
Okay. And for the record, if you ever want to call somebody a fag who's being a fag, you can utilize my gay card.
If anything, I just call him a fucking douchebag. But I appreciate it. Probably never going to use that, but appreciate it nonetheless.
Well, I just wanted to I wanted to
Reciprocate
in kind, yeah. And also, if you ever want to make a crippled joke, know that A, I'm not going to be offended, and B, if you ever want to make a crippled joke in the presence of someone else who is crippled, you have my cripple card as well. I have a lot of these cards that I can use. The only card I don't have is a race card. Apparently. I have the religious minority card, I have the gay card, and I have the cripple card.
Okay. The so-called sexual content in question is an on-panel kiss between two male characters, Wiccan and Hulkling, who are in. There's supposed to be an A there, in a committed relationship.
Yes, it is adorable.
Both characters are clothed in the scene. Okay. Yeah, and again, the way you would describe sexual content is like how I would anyway. Would be two characters actually fucking.
Yeah, engaging in sexuality, or at the very least naked, or in their underwear. Like, yeah, but again, my main issue is, he's allowed to have these weird sexual hangups he has. My issue is, A, is it consistent? I.e., would he say the same thing about Mary Jane and Spidey kissing, or Superman and Lois Lane kissing, or any straight couple kissing in a
Probably
comic?
not.
Or, and also on top of that, even if he specifically has these weird sexual hangups, you do not have the right to censor art because of your weird sexual hangups.
Well,
Please piss
also
off.
because he I would say that's kind of an abuse of power.
Yeah, it is, but also just as a general rule, you can have whatever moral standards you want, but you don't have the freedom to force those moral standards onto art, unless there's something genuinely illegal going on in that art, and even then, I I make the argument that I will follow the law as long as the law makes sense, but I feel no need to follow the law if the law is fucking stupid. Like, for example, there were laws against Jim Crow in the 1950s, but if I were a restaurateur or something, um, if I were a restaurateur or something in the 1950s, I would not exclude black people because it's a fucking stupid law.
Well, it's yeah, you wouldn't exclude customers because that's business, man.
Well, not only that, but focusing on race is just a dumb thing to do. Full stop. Like,
Yeah, no, I'm
even
not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying I'm looking at more of a practical, pragmatic side.
yeah, on a practical scale, yeah, it's preventing business, and that's stupid. But on a more than just practical scale, it's only idiots focus on arbitrary demographical qualities as opposed to the content of a person's character, their interests, their personality, etc. Now, if someone is an asshole and they happen to be any race whatsoever, they're getting treated like an asshole because that's how that works. I'm an individualist.
Yeah.
But if their only quote unquote problem is that they are black, then yeah, I don't care.
Mhm.
And the same is true with literally every other race.
Okay. So we're just kind of hammering all obvious points at this moment, aren't we?
Yeah, but it needs to be hammered home, and moreover, just for the sake of driving this point home as well, for anyone who thinks that SJWs are specifically a left-wing phenomena, may I present you with what I consider the original flavor of social justice warrior, the evangelical, or the religious fundamentalist, which usually, not always, but usually, is a right-wing phenomena.
Mm-hmm.
Before we make SJWs a partisan issue, let's not forget the right was responsible for the Red Scare. The right was responsible for the Satanic Panic. The right was responsible for um, the family values tangent, and the right was responsible for the Comics Code Authority. And yes, I'm still fucking mad about that. I will remain mad about that because it was still fucking stupid. So yeah, let's not be partisan. The issue isn't left versus right. The issue is someone assuming that their morality is the one and only means by which we can comport culture and society. It's when someone uses their morality as an excuse or a justification to be an abject, short-sighted, pompous dickhead authoritarian. No matter what their political reasons or ideological reasons for being so.
Censorship is bullshit.
Yeah, in short. That's some bullshit. Anyway, speaking of some bullshit, let's continue with the article.
Avengers: The Children's Crusade was published between 2010 and 2012 in the U.S., with the Brazilian edition, Vingadores A Cruz das Crianças. Fuck's sake. Initially,
Sorry, it's extremely funny to me as well. Hello?
Yeah, no, I know. I was sorry. I had to check something on the phone.
Okay.
Initially appeared in 2012 with a collected edition from Editorial Salvat and Panini Comics, published in 2016. It's unclear.
Which further reminds me, I do not own the I don't own anything with Hulkling and Wiccan in it. I need to resolve this immediately.
That actually surprises me.
Well, the thing is, I read things online first, and then if I like them, I end up getting a physical copy because there's nothing worse than wasting money on things. And I have a minuscule amount of money to work with anyway. So there. But yeah, I need to get myself some Hulkling and Wiccan things because they are best couple.
Huh. I think I know why we don't have much of an audience tonight, Dalton. Apparently, there is a roast of Alan Baldwin tonight on Comedy Central.
Although, to be fair, the last couple of times we've done this, we haven't had an audience, period. And this time we've had Sokotada Gaming and we've had Professor Pixel. So we actually have more of an audience tonight than we have had the last couple of times.
I know, I was just trying to make a joke. Clearly, it did not land.
That comedy was certainly not very central to the point. Go ahead with the fucking cricket clip.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Layered comedy there, folks.
Yeah.
It's both a surprise motherfucker, like how I surprised Dalton with the clip instead of supposed to be playing the crickets clip.
Yeah.
And to quote Mark Hamill's Joker, if you have to explain the joke, there is no joke.
I don't know. Some of my favorite jokes involve some level of explanation. But then again, I like weird, dark, dry, satirical humor. So what the fuck do I know? We've already had the comedy discussion many times, so
we literally had it as his first topic in our last soliloquy.
Which you all should go watch as soon as we're done with this stream.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
More often than not, it's on at Thursdays at the same time we usually do our regular streams.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's unclear what exactly prompted the renewed interest in a title that has been available without comment for a number of years. Yeah, for a while. So
yeah, that's the thing. I may have missed it, but even though I know of a lot of crazy evangelicals in America, nobody, as far as I'm aware, gave a shit about Hulkling and Wiccan kissing when it was published over here. Or if it was a very small, indelicate minority. So, yeah, Brazil, you're going overboard when you're going overboard, Brazil, when even the American evangelicals don't give a shit. Because the American evangelicals tend to get triggered by fucking everything, and they didn't care.
Could you repeat what you just said, just for clarification?
The American evangelicals get triggered by everything, and
before that.
I said, Brazil, you're going overboard when even the American evangelicals don't give a shit. Mm-hmm.
I was gonna go with Bazinga, but I don't think that works.
Well, the haha doesn't really work either, but okay.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even know what would work. So, right.
I think in this case probably that escalated quickly would probably be the best fit.
Yeah, but moments passed. We fucked it up.
It has, but for future reference, I guess.
Okay. Crivella made the announcement on Twitter in a video where he says, books like this need to be wrapped in black sealed plastic with a content warning displayed on the outside. Okay, so it's not really.
Okay, but again, would you say the same thing about a issue where Mary Jane kisses Spider-Man or Lois Lane kisses Superman or the Nelsons kiss
What if it's a
or
furry comic?
huh?
What if it's a furry comic?
See, I wouldn't even say that for that, but
Well, no,
it
I'm talking as in furry, as in like those guys who wear fursuits and fuck.
right, I know, but I'm sure he thinks I'm sure he thinks furries are even more deviant than a gay kiss. But what I'm saying is he consistent with his principles with this? And since we know that at this literature festival comics are available, is he advocating for the same kind of censorship when it comes to every single comic where somebody kisses somebody? Because
Or
there's quite a lot of
comics that
those.
are for or comics that are for rated teen or something like that.
Yeah.
You know,
Is he advocating for this with every comic that happens to contain two romantic partners kissing? Because
or like
that's a
other
that's a
comics. You know,
fucking lot of comics. Hmm?
violent comics or violent comics as well. You know,
Yeah, like violence he doesn't appear to have an issue with, but sexuality definitely. And what's more, the point I keep making is I don't think it's an evenly distributed principle. I don't think get he doesn't he doesn't lose his shit over to straight people kissing because to him that's just people being normal and courting and shit. But I have bad news for you, El Mayor, but it's just as it's just as normal and playful courting when it's two dudes doing it. You just don't like it for whatever reason.
I don't
But
know how you're gonna feel about the next couple sentences.
okay, let's have it.
In ordering the removal of the title, he claims that the city authorities are and I'm using air quotes here because there are air quotes here, protecting the minors of our city. In the text of the tweet itself, he describes the contents of the comic as content that is unsuitable for minors. Why though? Is it just because it's two gay guys, or is there more?
Again, if he has such an issue with sexuality, does he do this with every single comic that has a kiss in it? Because that's a lot of comics, if so. And if not, then what makes a gay kiss more sexualized than a straight kiss?
Oh boy, I'm just reading more of this, and Don, I don't know how you're gonna feel about this, man.
Proceed, and we will deal with the fresh hell when we get there.
Crivella's tweet followed an Instagram post from Rio de Janeiro Councilman Alexandre Esquerdo, decrying the book and complaining that it was, um, air quotes here, as for the quote, part of it anyway, spreading homosexuality to children.
Okay, so to be clear, it's not sexuality you have an issue with. It's just when it's two gay guys doing it. To which I say the most immeasurable of fuck yous. A fuck you the size of a planet. Because there's nothing more inherently sexual about homosexuality than about heterosexuality. It's just the lost art of people seeking romantic companionship. And you are literally losing your moral shit because two characters love each other. That is what you are doing. Take their genders out of it entirely and tell me, do you have an issue with characters expressing love? And if you say yes to that, then may I point out that it is you who have the problem. Because I may be an immoral person, but where I draw the line is taking issue with two people of, legally consenting age expressing romantic love for each other. Or people expressing love for each other at all. Would you make this kind of argument when it comes to familial love? When a mother says "I love you" to her child, do you lose all your moral indignation over that? No. And why not? What makes this different than any other kind of love at all whatsoever? And in realizing that you are on the side that is categorically against love, do you not see how that's kind of fucked up? Do you not see how that kind of makes you the villain in this story? I can't I can't deal with people having this low of self-awareness. They're literally arbitrating against love because homosexuality is icky. Well, fuck you, sir. Fuck both of you, because one of you had to complain about this to the other one in order to make this happen. So fuck off. Your morality doesn't get to control society and culture. Period. Done. Moving on.
The sale of the book, he complained, was an absurd crime.
The sale of a book is a crime. Do you not see how you are the villain? Like, do I need to be here? Do I need to explain? Do I like this is cartoonishly evil. Like, when you are censoring books and characters expressing the love for each other, you are officially the villain. And there can be no argument against you being the villain here. You censor material and you prevent people from expressing love. You are cartoonishly, unself-awarely, epically, and literarily fucking evil at that point. I don't use the word evil very often, but it has to mean something, and it has to mean when someone goes full cartoonishly absurd for the sake of their morality. That is evil.
Mm. Officials at the festival initially refused to comply with the order.
Clap, clap, clap.
Although the matter was complicated by the fact that the majority of outlets didn't have the material in stock in the first place, with the one storefront that did reporting that copies had already sold out 2 days earlier.
Clap, clap, clap. Well done, Brazil. Stand up to the authoritarian fuckwits you appear to be ruled by, please.
Marvel has not responded to a request for comment.
Why would... Okay, why... this is not a crime. This is two characters who, happen to be gay, expressing love for each other, and other people's ability to buy the story where that happens. And yes, I realize I'm biased here because I find this to be probably the most adorable couple in comics.
Well, I mean, when you boil it all down, it's about censorship, and censorship in any form is bad.
Yeah, it's bullshit, especially when the people doing the censorship think they have the moral high ground while doing it.
Yeah.
And may I just say, sirs, you do not. if I was a deity and I ran the universe, there would be a special place in hell for people that ruined art because of their morality. Granted, it's probably a good thing I don't run the universe because there would also be several other problems with the universe that I would run, but still, I hope somewhere in hell there is a circle for people who ruin art for the sake of nothing but their own personal moral woo.
That actually brings up a funny little thing I remember about me writing this villain who said, "Why be a god when you can be a devil?"
It's a good. There are times when I think that's a good question.
Well, the thing is, though, is that he makes the point that a god just sits around and watches the people do their thing. The devil gets to have his fun.
Yeah, again, that's not a terrible argument some
Keep
days
in
for
mind,
me.
okay, keep in mind, folks, that character is a villain through and through.
Yeah, and they probably should be, but I'm just throwing it out there. There are days, especially when I become extremely disillusioned with humanity, where I'm just like, should I just say fuck it and let this all burn? Shall I get the fire? I feel like I should get the fire some days. And it's shit like this that makes me want to get the fire.
And it sounds like, and it is stuff like that, Dalton, that does make me a little scared of you.
To be fair, you have already made my friend list, and therefore, if anything bad ever happens to you, I will destroy the planet, or at least the person that does anything bad to you. Because
I do appreciate that. And
I,
cinematic.
I, I don't I don't express loyalty to many people, but if I've decided you're worth it, there is very little in this world that will be allowed to harm you without fucking dying on its own vomit.
Well, also keep in mind, Dalton, if you ever do try in the world, I will be there to stop you.
Which just means that if I ever do decide to destroy the world, I will have to put you somewhere that you won't notice when I do it.
I kind of have a sense. I kind of have a sixth sense when it comes to bad things happening, man. Not like Unbreakable, obviously. Just like
Well, but
it's like the hairs on the back of my neck kind of stand up when I feel like something's happening.
you forget that I am capable of at least hypothetically blocking out those senses. So thank you for the warning. I will prepare accordingly if I ever do decide to end the world.
I feel like I can talk you out of it, honestly.
You and probably a couple other my friends. That's why if I ever do, in all seriousness, get into it's time to fucking let the world burn mode, I need to put you all in a bubble where you can't convince me out of it, and where you will also be safe because I see. I have another friend who's significantly more nihilistic than I am. Um, his name is Nick, and he straight up does occasionally advocate for the Joker's philosophy of just watch the world burn.
I'm
And
sorry. You have a friend named Nick who's a nihilist.
yes,
Nick the nihilist.
yes, fair enough. But he's to be fair to him, he's also a massive hedonist. Um, we frequently have philosophical discussions, and that's one of the reasons why we're friends. Is when his hedonism and his nihilism come back to bite him in the ass, I'm the one that usually pulls him out of the fire. Um, and you would be amazed how often that happens. But anyway, our main disagreement on existential matters is he embraces the Joker's principle of I just want to watch the world burn, and my caveat to that is sure we can watch the world burn after I have safely procured all of the awesome shit in the world and made sure it's not going to burn along with everything else. Because that's the only difference between me and a nihilist. I understand that there are objectively valuable things in the world, and those things need to be protected regardless. If we can milk the world for all it's worth first, and then destroy the withered husk that results afterwards, then I'm fine with that. If we can hoard and procure all of the valuable things and make sure those things will be safe, and then destroy whatever is left, that I have no problem with. I'm just more pragmatic about my desire to destroy the world. I say destroy the world, sure, but after you've milked it for all it's worth.
I feel like we gotta make a show where we talk philosophy.
Yeah, we probably do, but that's a task for another day.
Right.
That's
Okay,
gonna
so
take
here's
a
our
long-
here's our monumental task that will give Atlas a run for his money. No, not Atlas.
Yeah, you got it right. Atlas is the one that holds up the world.
No. I was thinking the boulder up the hill one. I can't think of his name.
Sisyphus.
Sisyphus. Thank you.
Yeah.
Atlas is a different one, and I think it does relate to us.
Atlas is the deity that holds up the world in Greco-Roman mythology, and Sisyphus is the king who tried to trick Hades and Persephone into resurrecting him, and as a result is punished to forever push a boulder up a mountain and then immediately watch it fall whenever he gets close to completing his task.
You know, I have to say that I love the Percy Jackson series on the fact that it does teach me a lot. Again, I just don't remember a lot of it because I read those when I was like 8 years old or so, back like in the late 2000s.
Yeah.
Good stuff though.
Actually, funny story. My first male crush, the Percy Jackson franchise was his favorite franchise, and I found that out after I had made my Wizard and Demigod story series, where the wizard was obviously based on me and the demigod was based on him.
Neat.
Yes.
Okay.
Weird coincidences for the win, and on we go.
So like Sisyphus, we now must roll our metaphorical boulder up the hill with this Mary Sue article by none other than Rachel Leishman. And again, to clarify, we do not actively seek her out. More often than not, it is just by the title of the article that we go by.
Yeah, we go a hunting for stupid, and she makes our stupidity detectors go ding.
Right. We are not actively setting out to attack her.
If you have an issue with us talking about Rachel Leishman so much, have her write less articles, or at least have her write articles about less stupid shit.
Though recently we have been able to cover Mary Sue articles that were not written by Rachel.
Yes, the other one appears to be Princess, and I forget her last name.
Weeks.
Yeah, Princess Weeks is another Mary Sue.
And Kate Gardner.
Yes. But anyway.
Right.
How about you, Rachel? What do you have first this time?
Also, keep in mind, folks, that this was kind of the one we went with on the fact that the huge list of articles I had sent Dalton, he said this was the best one out of them. Well, yeah. I mean best. I say best.
Best in terms of response toable.
Yeah. Humor is not inherently masculine, and more obvious things.
I don't know anyone who has ever claimed that humor is inherently masculine. Which,
funny enough, because of this article, is kind of a reason why I wanted to cover comedy on last Thursday's Offstage Soliloquy. I had to listen to Ben Shapiro speak "Feel Bad for Me" by Rachel Leishman.
I'm sorry, what? What?
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Rachel, love, if you didn't want to listen to Ben Shapiro speak, why were you there? And if there was some reason why you were there, are you honestly telling me it was so bad you now need to mention it, Rachel? Just why? I don't like Ben Shapiro either, for the record. I find him to be too much of a traditional conservative for my liking, and I am considerably further to the left. Despite being at this point, professional anti-feminist and men's rights advocate, I am not a conservative, no matter what the social justice moralists try to tell you.
I have seen a few videos of him, and he has made points that I do agree with, but
Yeah,
I watch.
he can make good points. I'm just saying that on the whole, I disagree with him on a lot of things.
Yeah, again, my whole thing is I listen to a lot of people, and on all sides of the political spectrum, I don't really.
Yeah, I try to keep my perspective fairly balanced as well. The furthest to the left person that I listen to is probably like David Pakman or very occasionally, and she's getting harder to listen to. Counterpoints. I will occasionally give counterpoints at time of the day. The furthest to the right person I listen to is probably Dave Cullen of Computing Forever.
Well,
Um,
my thing is that I want to make sure I am willing to hear all sides.
yeah, I do my best to hear out everyone as long as everyone is a reasonable human being, and that is my one threshold. If yeah, I will listen to a conservative who I find to be a reasonable human being, and I will listen to a crazy leftist uh who I find to be a reasonable human being. But if you can't meet my standard for is at least a reasonable human being, then I'm not going to give you the time of day
Yeah,
because you're not a
uh,
reasonable human being.
yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that too. All right, so I just feel like that needs context, honestly. That subtitle line that needs context.
Oh, the I had to listen to Ben Shapiro speak feel bad for me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
makes
but no, Rachel, I will not be feeling bad for you because that at least implies that you got invited somewhere to listen to Ben Shapiro speak, and maybe you had to pay for it. Fair enough, sure. But anyone that can make a living and still have time to go to like seminars and speeches and things is not someone generally that I feel bad for because speeches and things, if you're paying for them, tend to be rather expensive, which implies you have money. And if you're not paying for them, it implies you have the clout to be invited to places. And neither of these things are things that I would expend pity for. I honestly almost want to feel pity for Ben Shapiro, given that he had to deal with you, but you weren't like debating him or uh, acting as a speaking partner, so I don't think he even noticed you were there. And you're not that bad, Rachel. I find you to be a little bit dense sometimes, but you're not a terrible person. You're just terribly misguided about a lot of things, I think.
hmm
And if anyone ever tried to censor you from speaking, Rachel, I would argue against them because I operate on the principle of I may disagree with what you say, but I defend to the death your right to say it, and that applies to everyone, even crazy feminists. Because I may be an anti-feminist, but my issues with feminism are with feminism as an ideology and an idea system, not feminists as people. That being said, feminists as people often are detestable, but that's on an individual by individual basis.
Right. Okay. So first thing she opens with, but humor is for the man, and it's kind of spelled weird, not spelled weird, but written weird to where like some of the words are like, well, every second letter of a word is capitalized.
Um, Again, Rachel, no one that I am aware of ever said that. I have heard people say that on average women are not funny, but that's because a lot of female comedians make their gender a point, whereas a lot of male comedians are not talking about their experiences as men, they are just talking about their broad experiences as human beings. And those aren't the same thing. Again, we sort of are running into the issue of men don't really have a gender identity, or at least they're not allowed to draw, or at least they're not allowed or expected to draw attention to anything specific about the male experience or their gender identity. They sort of are forced to operate in the world as though they are default humans, whereas women are very much allowed to have and express regularly their gender identity and the quote unquote female experience. And given that a lot of people don't like that, because a lot of people don't consider the demographic you belong to be a defining characteristic of your personhood, they find female comedians not funny. And there's a problem. That appears to be the issue here. But I might be reading a little bit too much into it. Let's see if she in any way proves my supposition just now wrong or calls it into question.
Hmm. Were you aware that humor is masculine? Well, apparently that's what the Daily Wire hosts claim.
Um, I'm curious what quote or what thing you're quoting, because what they might be saying is it is generally considered more masculine to have the kind of observation. Like, there is something a bit masculine about making your living from observations you make, because men have a competence hierarchy in general, whereas women are valued simply because they are women very often. Women are valued as people regardless of what they do. Men, however, are only valued because of what they do. Because as I just explained there, men don't really have a gender identity beyond their usefulness or utility to other people or to do things. Therefore, as a man, you are likely to more often prize doing things. And because you as a man are going to prize doing things more, you're going to get more things done and you're going to do more things. And because humor is a very active um, pursuit, a thing you have to actively choose to participate in, um, yeah, you're going to associate humor more with masculinity simply because it requires more effort to do things, and also because men don't have the luxury of focusing on their gender identity, they're actually able to make more insightful criticisms, and insightful criticisms are the bedrock of particularly stand-up comedy. But do carry on, Rachel. Maybe I'm misunderstanding your point.
In a weird talk show situation where they all smoke cigars, question mark, question mark, question mark, a lot of question marks. The hosts were talking about how humor is masculine and every woman who are famous comedians are only famous because they're masculine.
Okay, Rachel, what's weird about cigars, please? There's nothing weird about cigars. Some people find cigars to be enjoyable because that's their version of a vice or a luxury or a pick-me-up. Cigars tend to be a luxury that people can afford when they are successful or when they are celebrating something. So yes,
I wish
people are probably going to enjoy cigars because cigars are considered to be a luxury.
I wish we had a weapon on right now.
I imagine he would be yelling at the top of his lungs, "What's wrong with cigars, you crazy bitch?" That very much seemed like a wep reaction. I suspect that he would light one up just to piss you off, knowing wep. And he
Uh,
would be perfectly justified in doing so. Because,
Honestly, I'd
yeah,
ask if
it's his preferred pick me up. So there.
Honestly, I just want to ask Web if he shot any roofs lately.
I know, it's still fucking funny. I don't know why that story about him accidentally shooting the roof is so funny. I made the joke that the roof was secretly a shapeshifted Tarask because I think in the story I heard he was playing D&D and he accidentally shot the roof. So I was just like, was the roof secretly a Tarask or something?
Well,
Tarask,
whenever he has a live stream, I'll
Tarask
make
is
sure to
the
bring it up.
monstrous thing from D&D if anyone's not aware of the joke.
Well, whenever he has a live stream, I'll make sure to at least pop in and ask that question.
And I'm sure he gets comedically pissed off every time you do.
Mm.
Or he just ignores you.
Usually it's the latter.
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like we'd need to watch the Daily Wire, like this part of the Daily Wire, to like understand what she means, because I don't get it.
I think someone on the Daily Wire said humor was masculine, and she's taking offense to
Well,
that.
I get that. I just feel like there's more context and stuff, and I feel like we would
Well,
need to.
the context is the Daily Wire largely is right-wing traditionalists, and traditionalists tend to view everything that is done as masculine because, again, the traditional gender role for a man is you don't have value simply because you're a person, you have value because of what you do. Hence, men are more inclined towards doing things. And if you're not more inclined towards doing things, you're shamed for not being a man.
Mm.
I personally take issue with this gender role because it undermines the personhood of the man in question that is referring to. You shouldn't have to do things to be valued as a person. You should be valued as a person because you're a person. But that's just me. A self-identifying MRA, by the way.
Yeah. Okay, so there's a tweet here where I think it's the clip. I'm not gonna click that. Um, let's dive into this, even if we don't want to.
Yeah, we've dilly dallied for too long anyway.
Yeah. So to be funny, you have to act like a man. Great. Next time I do improv, I'm going to grab my crotch and make a dick joke then, since that's all humor is, right? Uh, Again, we actually had a full conversation about this Thursday about comedy.
We did. And it's actually going to be quite useful, I think, in this discussion.
Mm-hmm. So,
But incidentally, Rachel, you just pulled something that you hate when other people do, which is stereotyping. When faced with the prospect that humor was masculine, you jumped right to your masculine stereotype, knowing full well that you believed that masculinity should have a wider breadth and that gender roles should be less limiting. So please own your own shit before you criticize other people for it, Rachel. You say stereotypes are bad and that we shouldn't assume masculinity and femininity are as narrow as they are, but then when tasked with emulating what you define as masculine, you jump right to grabbing crotches and dick jokes because men are gross, right? That's what being masculine is. Derp, derp, derp. Rachel, check your own shit before you start accusing other people of shit, please.
okay, but let's also break this down. Is that a dick joke as well as a fart joke? They're fine, but I think an overabundance and a constant use of it devalues that
Yeah,
joke.
that's the thing. Dick jokes and fart jokes are hard to do specifically because they are the lowest form of comedy. It is extremely hard to make something as primitive and lowbrow, if you want to call it that, uh, as a dick joke or a fart joke funny. It's significantly harder to make those jokes funny because they are so low and instinctive. So much so that they actively repulse a lot of people because they are so lowbrow as to be seen as low-hanging fruit or pathetic.
Well, it's funny. What's actually funny is that I love watching videos of nut shots. And that's more on the fact that the people doing the stupid things that end up getting them hurt like that. That's what's funny. That they're stupid and doing that shit. Like it's a consequence of them doing something stupid.
You find it funny that they're nuts, badumching. I'm sorry. It had to be done, or I was going to explode. I've been saving it since the that long pause that was about a minute ago. That was me resisting the urge to say it, and I couldn't do it any longer. Oh god.
But seriously, it's just humor isn't masculine, and I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember a lot of female comedians. Honestly, I've never seen a lot of female comedians, which I think is a shame because I think women can't. There are funny women
Yeah.
out there.
Women can be funny. I have never seen a feminist be funny though, because
Oh my god.
because feminists make their identity central to everything they do, or at least they try. And the funny thing about it is, when you make jokes about your identity, unless you're being self-deprecating, it's seen as very self-indulgent. But feminists would never make a joke about, say, the classic women be shopping because that's sexist. They would never make a joke about women being overly nurturing because that's sexist. They would never make a joke about women being weaker than men because that would be sexist, and so on and so on and so on. And if you are incapable of self-deprecation whilst evoking your identity, you cannot make it funny, or at least it is very, very hard to make it funny unless you make someone else the butt of your joke. I.e., if you think that women are awesome, in order to make that funny, you need to take men down a peg, and that appears to be the only variety of feminist comedy you get. This is why there's a separate term for female comedians, because a lot of female comedians make their femaleness central to their comedy. The term, if you've never heard it before, is comedian. Because there needs to be a distinction between a comedian and a comedian who makes every fucking joke about her gender somehow. Looking at you, Amy Schumer. Oh wait, my mistake. You also have a routine about how men should be circumcised, apparently. Also, fuck you, bitch.
You know what's weird? I've been asked that question before.
What? Are you circumcised?
Yeah.
I've never been asked, but then again, I've never had a partner, so.
No, it's not. Never mind. It's too weird of a story.
No, you've opened the Pandora's box now. You have to eat. You at least should tell us. If not,
Okay. Oh,
have to.
I mean, it's not going to be any weirder than any weaponized nerd rages stories.
Shot a roof.
Well, I was referring to the grinder accident story he told people once on a stream.
Ah.
If you guys know that one, just you know which one I'm talking about.
Well, it seems like since you were asked if you were circumcised, you're about to talk about a grinder accident.
No.
Right.
Okay, so this was how long ago was this? I think I was a sophomore. Yeah, I was a sophomore in high school. I'm in an art class. Yeah, because I actually went to an art class. Believe it or not, folks, I actually have art classes in high school.
Yeah. one of my favorite art classes I ever did was a sculpture and ceramics course I took in.
It was mostly painting, for me.
Ah.
I sucked at it.
Hmm.
But no, I was just hanging out with some classmates. I'd say friends, but we weren't really friends.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how the conversation was going. All I remember is the question of being asked. Or someone says, I had to ask the question of, because I didn't even know until then what circumcised was.
Oh.
Yeah, and
Well, that must have been an awkward situation to be in.
Well,
To
no,
have to ask.
they tried to explain it to me, and I still didn't get it. Like they even did like a picture diorama of it trying to explain it, and it didn't. I still didn't get it at that time. Only until a few years later, I guess, and I started getting it. That's kind of how the story
Okay.
goes. That's kind of how the story goes.
So yeah, for the record, folks, I am circumcised, but I am also what's referred to as an intactivist, which is someone who advocates that male circumcision should be ended because I consider it to be a kind of genital mutilation in the same way as female genital mutilation. And no, I don't think it's as bad as female genital mutilation, but it is still a kind of genital mutilation, and it should be stopped.
I still don't know if I am, and I don't need an explanation how a guy is circumcised, how a guy's not. No, no. Or at least save it until after the stream, Dalton. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, circumcision is just gross as a topic. Just again, one of the reasons why I prefer it be stopped and criminalized in the same way that female genital mutilation is criminalized.
Okay.
It's just
Dalton.
gross. Moving on.
Yeah. Thank you. Because shows like Parks and Recreation, I've actually seen a little bit of it, like it. And The Office, I've seen it, did not like it. I've seen like the U.S. version. I haven't seen. I've watched like the first episode of the UK version.
Mm-hmm.
I was iffy on the UK version. Um, are funny because the humor is rooted in masculinity, right?
No, and the point you're missing here, Rachel, is you're right. Male comedy does not tend to be rooted in the concept of masculinity. Why? Because men are neither expected nor usually allowed to make their masculinity central to their personality. Because traditionally speaking, masculinity is reduced or it can be reduced down to how useful you are to other people, how good are you at other things. Because men don't tend to be valued but because of their personhood, they are valued based on what skills they have and what they can do and what they're capable of. The question you should be asking, Rachel, is why women are not ever held to the what skills do you have standard. Women are valued very often because they're women. Because if you want to be technical, the long answer is because women were considered valuable in ancient times because they could have children, and you were supposed to protect the means by which you could procreate and have children.
See, I would argue the point that that was ancient times, and kind of at that point, humanity was still kind of growing.
Yeah, we were primitive and shit. But my point is because women were the source of breeding, and because women were the caregivers for children, we developed a psychological predisposition to see women as valuable and passive and see men as active but not valuable. It's referred to in psychological circles as gynocentrism. Um, because of that innate gynocentrism, women need to work less to be valued the same as a man. Because man, as I've said many times on this show, used to be a gender neutral term for adult. And girl used to be the unisex version of child. This changed when and only when male adults were deprived of their prefix. The word for male adult used to be were man. Were meaning conscious, which is also where we get the word aware from, if anyone's curious. But later on, when English started developing its own quirks, we severed off the where prefix from were man, and we turned it into simply man. Meaning, linguistically speaking, that a man is just a blank human. Now, you can say that that means that that men were the default, but what you need to understand is the other half of that statement, which means that the average man is blank, and he needs to be useful, because that's the only way he can get a prefix back, i.e., a fireman, a policeman, a gentleman, etc. In a weird linguistic way, most of human society is men in search of their missing prefix. They're in search of a way to be considered a full-fledged human being and not just a tool, which incidentally is another origin of the term man. In Latin, man means hand, as in manos, the hands of fate. Because man was considered to be something you applied to a tool, which is where we get the term manicure, manager, etc. Point being, men by default need to be useful before we will consider them valid human beings. Women really just need to have a womb, which is where we get the word womb man from. Women are considered inherently valuable because of their personhood, and men are considered valuable only once they've done a thing. Hence, men are better at doing a thing, and very rarely, if ever, draw emphasis to their masculinity, because masculinity and femininity are parts of personhood. And moving on.
And I feel like at some point we're going to have to do a piece on writing, like just something like that, I guess.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Okay. I think this entire discussion is just a sexist hodgepodge of men who don't know comedy and are talking out of their asses. Yes and no.
If anyone actually said what you're saying they said, yes, I would say that those men are very, very short-sighted and don't know shit. I wouldn't call it sexist though, because I would imagine that if you asked them, there are plenty of things that women are good at that men cannot do. That's the thing about traditionalists. As wrong-headed and fucked up in the head as they can be, they understand that men and women both have unique skills. And it's not as though they're saying that men can do everything and women can do nothing. What they often say is men's job is to work, and it is the woman's job to nurture children. That tends to be the traditionalist way of breaking things up. Now, this can be a problem for you if you're a woman who doesn't want to nurture, in which case you should be free to do things other than nurturing. But would you care to examine the other half of the equation? Because, of course, if you're a man who doesn't want to find his value in work or doing something for other people, you're shit out of luck because no one gives a shit. If you're a man and you don't want to work for your value, you are shit out of luck. To the point that in the 1800s, jobs would actually go to men with families before they would go to bachelors. And as a result, many bachelors ended up dying on the streets because they didn't have a woman or children to provide for. And often feminists in the 1800s would give men who avoided the draft, i.e., being forced to go off to war, white feathers to shame them for being cowards and not manly, quote unquote. So if you were a man and you didn't want to go off into a war the government of your country decided you needed to go off into, you were considered, basically, to use modern parlance, a pathetic pussy. And I'm sorry, but as someone who would never willingly choose to go off to war, my personhood should not be for sale at the cost of my life. I would really prefer I didn't get blown the fuck up, if that's all the same to everybody else. And it baffles me that in just a few hundred years ago and back into ancient times, if I said I would really rather not like to be blown the fuck up, please, not only would that not be acceptable, but I would be actively shamed for that desire to not be blown the fuck up. The past was extremely fucked, is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. So, okay. So now I will explain comedy as someone who technically has a degree in the subject.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm not even kidding. You get a degree in comedy from the Upright Citizens Brigade when you go there. Google it. I'm Googling it right now. Jesus.
I'm sorry, what? What?
I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up. Hold on.
I have never been so confused in all my life. And that's saying something. This bitch has a degree in comedy. Faith in humanity slowly draining to zero.
It's loading. Okay, so it's a underground organization tries to undermine society by spreading chaos. No, wait.
You know, that would explain.
No, that's a movie. That's a movie. Well,
Okay,
it could be.
okay. But
It was a show. Actually, it was a show in early 2000s.
okay, but that being that as it may, that would explain a lot of things. But anyway, looking to the actual whatever she's actually referring to.
There's a theater, comedy industry, training center.
I'm assuming it's the Comedy Industry Training Center. If that's because she said she has a degree in comedy, so I would assume.
Well, I wonder where, because there's LA classes and New York classes, and I don't know which one she's in. I mean, both would probably have, so I'm just gonna click one.
I'm betting New York because when the Mary Sue was sued by the Honey Badgers, that was in Canada, and I'm betting that the writers wouldn't have gone all the way from LA to Canada, so probably.
Okay, let me go back because I pressed the LA one.
I don't think it really matters either way.
Right.
Because presumably they have the same or very similar standards for things.
Okay. I don't know if I can find the. Okay, so horses. Let's try horses, I guess. Okay, improv.
Yeah, it's not so much that there is such a thing as a degree in comedy, because I know there has been a degree in comedy, but the fact that this bitch has a degree in comedy is at the very least not good news for comedy as an industry.
Hmm. Well, it doesn't really say what degrees there are, but there is a tab for diversity.
Which explains more than it should.
Hmm.
Well, that at least does explain why you have never, ever, ever been funny, Rachel, in all of the articles we've covered, ever.
Well, I think she said that she studied improv. Like she said, she was part of an improv group or something. So
Right, but presumably, if she has a degree in comedy, she would at least be able to write funny.
true.
Because, yeah, I'm expecting if someone has a degree in comedy, basic comedic competence would be involved somewhere.
Okay. Their argument comes from the fact that most of the stand-up comedians anyone pays attention to are men, and that's only because they're often given a platform that women comedians are not. Oh, for
No, Rachel, it is because fewer women, right, go into comedy because it is a industry that appeals largely to men because men are judged more harshly for being not funny, and therefore if someone is funny, they are lauded for said funniness. More men, because of the nature of the male psyche, are drawn into industries like comedy, and fewer women are drawn into industries like comedy because of the nature of female psychology, largely. As such, there are fewer women in comedy, and there are more men in comedy. And the other aspect of it is comedy uh comedy venues are businesses. And as such, they look for merit in terms of comedy. And merit in terms of comedy is the ability to be funny. So, yes, Rachel, if I was a head of a comedy venue, I would probably be very stern with my these people need to actually be able to be funny standard. And this is the thing. Of the demonstrably fewer women who go into comedy, Rachel, how many of those are actually funny? I just I just talked about a little while ago the existence of the phenomena of the comedian, i.e., a woman whose only joke is "I am a woman" in a million different various ways. And I'm sorry, Rachel, but I don't think I'm being controversial when I say "I'm a woman" in a million various repetitions of "I'm a woman" is not funny. So yeah, it's not really surprising that of the few women who go into comedy, given that like 90% of those women are comedians and comedians are not funny, they do not get the opportunities that male comedians get because male comedians don't just open every set with "I'm a man" and 100 variations on "I'm a man." They are burdened with actually avoiding their manhood because, again, men generally do not make their manhood part of their comedy. They are more interested in being seen as individuals and people than being seen as part of the male collective. And as a result, they tend to be more insightful and observant, and thereby more funny. And people who are funny tend to be hired more often as comedians.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want more women in comedy, then you need to incentivize more women in comedy, and you also, Rachel, need to teach them how to be fucking funny, which should be relatively easy for you because you apparently have a comedy degree that you never use.
Oh wait, I think I got the perfect sound for this.
Yes.
Okay. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I mean, look at one of the most popular stand-up comedians today. You want to tell me that John Mulaney's jokes are rooted in masculinity? I've seen a little
No.
bit.
Again, nobody is saying, apart from those extremely stupid traditionalists at Daily Wire, that comedy is masculine. And once again, I'd like to point out, would you care to notice how seldom male comedians draw attention to their masculinity or their maleness? Because to a man, the gender role that a man tends to be assigned is, what can you do? You are valued as long as you are capable of doing something or providing a service or providing a skill. And in that context, the drawing attention to their demographic is a luxury men are not afforded. Whereas women, given the existence of comedians, are very, very prone to focusing on their womanhood almost exclusively. And yes, I know some women who are genuinely funny, some of whom we've had on the show before.
No wonder.
Yes,
Oh, wait.
yeah, and Feisty Fan, and
Oh,
actually,
wait. No, we haven't.
I don't think we've ever had Feisty on, but
No,
she is extremely funny.
no, it's Okay, so it's just Pope Fire and no wonder. Also, Sokatano Gaming. I am so sorry I didn't read your thing just when they popped up. Sokatano Gaming at 10:45 p.m. Beauty Factor. Sokatano Gaming at 10:53 p.m. So Confused and Sokatano Gaming at 10:54 p.m. My faith in humanity hit -20 when I saw a Russian woman throwing baby puppies into a river. I feel like the last comment needs more context.
Explain, please. Explain. Explain.
But also, I'm kind of scared.
But still, explain, because it's going to bother me if you don't explain. It
Mm-hmm.
might bother me more if you do explain, but at least I will know why.
Okay. But John Mulaney, since you cited him, I'll be honest, I've watched a little bit of his stuff here and there, but mainly I've watched his TV show, which I think only lasted one season. Unfortunately, he's actually pretty funny.
Okay, well, at the very least, then we know that Rachel has developed some kind of taste. Well done, Rachel. But
But
still,
I will bring up the fact that the show and and his comedy sets that I've watched, like the stories he's told, are funny. Sokatano Gaming on Facebook. It was a video.
okay, that's at least less traumatizing than I thought it was going to be.
It's not as traumatizing as the story I heard on Archer.
Which one?
The second saddest thing was a little girl died trying to save a puppy that was drowning. The first saddest thing is the puppy drowned too.
Oh yeah, I remember that episode. Yeah, that's sad. As much of an asshole as Sterling can be, he does have a heart. Of course, I think it is probably the barest of bare minimums of empathy to care about puppies. Because
Well, I mean, I genuinely feel bad for the guy on the fact that his mother was a complete bitch who had no fucking idea how to actually take care of him.
yeah, but interestingly funny story. Um, I had I called him a friend when I knew him, but I have since realized he wasn't really much of one. Um, I had a person that I hung out with a lot in college who was a diagnosed sociopath, and even he loved puppies. It was like the one area where his sociopathy broke.
Okay. I'm for a part of me is wondering, are we gonna bring up the fact that it was on Facebook, or are we just used to videos like that popping up on Facebook?
Yeah, Facebook's weird. It's just a thing.
I still use it though. This is the sad part.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. But again, John Mulaney, he brings up stories that has happened in his youth, like one where he went to a party and trashed the house because the house belonged to the son of like the vice principal, and the vice principal was an asshole. And he got drunk so much that he blacked out after he tried to escape the police that they'd come. And it's a funny one, and I will send you the video, Dalton, just so you.
Yep.
I think you'd like it. It's funny as hell. Kind of makes me wish I had done that, but no one ever invited me to parties.
No one really ever invited me to parties, but then again, I really didn't have much interest in going to them either. Like I actively avoided going to my own proms because I thought it was just going to be a vacuous bit of social woo, and I also understood that anything that happened at the proms would be talked about in school the next day anyway. So
Yeah.
I'd be able to keep in the gossip loop. And I I was right in both instances. So yeah.
A part of me wanted to throw a Project X party.
Actually, you know what? Um, equally, slightly different story, but probably still pretty funny. Um, on my senior trip with my senior class, I actually ended up throwing a party.
Well, I say well, I did say I wanted to, but the thing is, I was also scared of doing that on the fact that well, if anyone's ever seen the movie Project X, the house gets trashed.
Yeah.
I mean, someone someone drives a car into the pool. I didn't. My house isn't exactly like that. Like I said before, I live in what is technically referred to as the white ghetto, or as I call it, the ghetto suburbs. Well, suburban ghetto. That's what I call it. Um, Actually, that brings up a terrifying story that happened yesterday. Um, my grandfather, who works, got his truck busted into, like window shattered. It happened early in the morning, and the worst part is that I could have heard it, but I think I was sleeping at the time. So
Interesting. Anyway, let's continue with the spore of badness that is Rachel.
yeah, and that is John Mulaney right there, apparently hosting Saturday Night Live. I gotta be honest, I've never really seen Saturday Night Live.
I watched clips from SNL, but I've never sat down and watched an episode of SNL.
Me neither. I've also heard like it's kind of gone into that route of
Oh yeah, modern SNL is bland as fuck.
yeah. I think I saw like well no, that was Mad TV. Never mind. It was like a Halloween special or something.
Why am I not surprised?
I watch Whose Line Is It Anyway from time to time, which is funny as all hell. And there have been female comedians on there who were funny.
Yeah. Female comedians do exist and they can be funny, but
Well,
the
mostly I would call them comedians, if anything.
yeah, the ratio of comedians who just happen to be women and comedians is like 140 to 1, and that's the problem. See, when men aren't funny, they fail so much at comedy they don't become comedians. When women aren't funny, very often they still get special treatment and get the privileges of being a comedian without actually having to prove that they're funny. And
Right.
as a result, there are significantly fewer actually funny female comedians because so many unfunny female comedians were still allowed to become comedians and weren't drummed out of the industry of comedy like every other unfunny man would be.
Okay, this is something interesting she brings up in this sentence here. What I like about this video is that Ben Shapiro says that his wife would laugh at him smacking his head off of a dishwasher, but he never laughed at her doing the same, and that somehow makes humor masculine. No, no, honestly, it's it's just how different people react. I think his wife would.
Well, okay. Let's play the ball where it lies for a second, because I actually think this is somewhat interesting. Funnily enough, in that instance, what's funny is the pain the person is going through. And Mr. Shapiro just admitted that a woman smacking her head on the dishwasher, funny. Or rather, a woman smacking her head off the dishwasher, not funny. A man smacking his head off the dishwasher, funny. Why? Because in some manner, when a woman is hurting, our impulse is empathy. We feel bad for the woman. When a man is hurting, in a lot of instances, we find it funny. But incidentally, this kind of humor doesn't prove that men or women are particularly funny or that humor is one gendered or another gender. What it proves is that men in pain is funnier than women in pain because we disregard men's pain more than we disregard women's pain. When women are hurt, it is dramatic. When men are hurt, barring extreme circumstances, it can be funny. That that's some that's something unique to men in this way, but it doesn't prove that men are more funny
Um,
because that kind of humor is usually unintentional. No one hurts themselves on purpose for the sake of a joke, and if they do, it's usually a performance of some kind.
I was gonna say you'd be surprised how many people hurt themselves for a joke.
Yeah, no, I mean that's been the case since what fucking Charlie Chaplin and the vaudeville days and before. But yeah, when people hurt themselves on purpose, it's usually for the sake of the performance. But accidental humor doesn't actually prove that humor is more masculine or not. This is Ben Shapiro being stupid, if anything. He can't differentiate between being the butt of the joke and causing the joke, which is just fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Because the butt of the joke is being laughed at, not with. A person creating a joke is being laughed with, usually not at. Unless it's a self deprecating joke, in which case being laughed at and with is kind of the point.
Hmm.
Because the person who made the self deprecating joke can presumably laugh at themselves, at least in this instance.
Um, And I understand that logic, but then again, I don't understand any of this logic because how is something that's subjective inherently masculine?
Okay, I'm not going to entertain the subjectivity argument. Fuck you, Rachel.
Uh,
Um, I get that subjectivity is a thing, but I will and remain of the opinion that subjectivity is a necessary evil and a point of last resort. It is not an adequate answer for anything. It is a I don't have any better answer. But yeah, I'm not letting you get away with but my subjectivity. No, because if I was to make a claim that you found dubious, you wouldn't let me get away with my subjectivity. Humor is based on logic. It needs to be based on logic in order to be coherent. Therefore, there are rules to comedy that aren't entirely subjective. The particular humor that's going to resonate with one particular person's psychology or another particular person's psychology, that has a level of subjectivity, but there are rules to comedy. And unfunny motherfuckers, you'll find, are funny to virtually no one. And usually, if there is that weird exception, it's because that person is fucked up in the same way as a person who is unfunny. And before anyone goes there, yes, I'm fully aware that I am not very funny. But at least I still fucking try. Moving on.
what one person finds funny, someone else will not. Hence why some of you still support Louis C.K., a man who I've never found that funny in the first place. I've never seen any of his work.
Um, I've seen some of it. It seems like a lot of his material is borrowed from George Carlin, who I think did it better. Um, one of my favorite sort of somewhat original comedy bits is by Bill Burr. Um, it's what's the name of the segment? Um, how men argue versus how women argue. It is freaking hilarious, and I very ironically indeed, I don't think it's a joke that Rachel would let him get away with.
Hmm. Um, okay. So still on the subjectivity stuff, right? But that's besides the point. The point is that this is a group of men smoking cigars and talking about things they will never understand. Comedy is tough to grasp when you have no sense of humor at all. After all,
Rachel, I hate to call projection, but I'm gonna have to call projection because you just pulled the subjectivity argument. So you can't say whether these people have a sense of humor or not, unless you want to completely backtrack on your subjectivity argument, in which case, fine. But you can't go, when I'm not funny, that's just because your subjectivity doesn't line up with mine. But when you're not funny, I can objectively say you're not funny. Because that is intellectually dishonest bullshit. Either stand by your subjectivity argument, which I think is somewhat facile. I think you can very much argue from taste, and you can't argue from taste is something that is said by people who have no argument. Um, but either, yeah, what what I was saying, stand by your incredibly dubious subjective woo, or forego your incredibly dubious subjective woo and make objective assessments. And yes, I'm aware that you have a comedy degree, but you haven't actually demonstrated any knowledge of comedy. A, because you're not, because you haven't actually managed to be funny through this entire article or any article that I've read of yours since, and B, because you haven't defined your terms. You you broke out the fact that you have a comedy degree, but you didn't actually manage to say anything about comedy, which basically means that you used your comedy degree as a shield and an appeal to authority, and then proceeded to not actually apply what you've learned in any significant way. Because for you, that degree probably is just an arbitrary appeal to authority you can use whenever someone says you're not funny. You can go, but I have a comedy degree, and then go no further, acting as though that's a win in and of itself. Yeah, a degree is meaningless unless you can apply what that degree entails, and if that degree entails something worthwhile.
Well, also, it's improv, I assume, because she says she, because earlier she had made a reference to an improv class or improv.
Well, I assume improv is a class that anyone that gets a degree from there would probably have to take.
Right. I don't, but it just, well, she says next time I do improv, you know, so I assume that's mostly what she does is improv.
Okay, so am I to be assuming that she makes a side living as an improv comedian?
I assume so.
That's extremely depressing. The the idea that she is able to make a side living being a improv comedian. Mostly because I'm fairly certain, because she writes for the Mary Sue and is a diehard feminist, that she, if anyone, is a comedian. If anyone is a comedian, she would have to be a comedian. Because she brings feminism into everything, and I don't foresee there being a situation of improv comedy where she didn't bring feminism into that as well.
I'll be honest, I
Like,
don't think I could ever do improv.
I've actually done it a couple of times, um, on stage actually. Um, I did, because when I was in college, we had a cafe that was connected to our college. We called it the Bridge Cafe because it was on the other side of a massive bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and every, I want to say, Wednesday night, they had an open mic night. And so one of those open mic nights, me and my friends were sitting at the Bridge Cafe, and no one was on the mic. So I took the mic and I started telling jokes, and it actually appeared to resonate with a bunch of people, and most people thought I was funny. Where I screwed up is I, for whatever reason, didn't think that me just improving jokes was going to be good enough, so I tried to do prop comedy with a book that I bought, and it died. And there were crickets in the audience, if you take my meaning. So I never did it after that, because I realized that if people were going to be stone quiet, I couldn't handle the quiet rejection. Although the first time I did it, I yes, thank you. It's an appropriate thing. In this, although I'm sure that if I went back up at some point and did a more organic improv thing like I tried to do, um, to begin with, that would have gotten jokes. Of course, back then I knew less about comedy, because, like I say, um, a large part of my sense of humor was um, sort of reshaped by one of my favorite YouTubers, which is Dr. Rand McCann, who is one of the funniest motherfuckers on YouTube.
Go on. Oh, Dalton has disappeared. Huh. How's everyone doing tonight? Uh, so Well, folks, I honestly don't know where Don has disappeared to. More likely than not, maybe his phone died, and well, I will read a little bit of it and kind of get my thoughts on it. Um, oh, thank God.
Sorry,
Hey, Don.
my phone bitched at me and kicked me out of the call for some reason.
That was weird. Kind of scared I'd have to end the stream then and there.
Yeah, but yeah, sad story about me bombing horribly the second time I tried stand-up comedy after being successful the first time. Aside, what was the last thing you guys heard?
Um, that if you were going back on again, you would probably
It,
better.
yeah, I'd probably do better because in between then and now, I discovered one of the funniest YouTubers, uh, I think, on YouTube, which is Dr. Random McCam. And if he ever sees this, thanks for helping me refine my comedic methods. Although apparently I was funny enough the first time I did it to get laughs anyway. So I probably would have done better if I had just stuck with my like organic reactions to things. Of course, I've also gotten better at public speaking since then, so I probably would be funnier either way. Anyway,
Yeah.
moving on.
Okay. Hmm. Well, in a way, I do kind of agree with her with like how um, it's not comedy subjective. It's just hard to define, honestly.
Yeah, it's an abstract concept, and abstract concepts tend to be hard to put in strict.
Words,
Yeah. Um.
but
Although Rachel, can I just say it seems like you got really bothered by these people having cigars because that means that they're more lavish and luxurious than you, and it really seems like that appears to have
for some
stuck in
reason,
your craw. That people are more successful and can afford more luxuries than you.
for some reason, I I thought it was just because cigars are traditionally known as masculine. That's why she was upset about that. Brought it up continuously.
No, no, I think it's more they get things and they're able to be more luxurious than her, and she doesn't like that. If
Probably.
anything,
Okay.
because because men are disgusting worms beneath notice, and she doesn't like them getting nice things.
Yeah, I have actually thought about smoking a cigar like once, but I kind of want to gum up my lungs.
That sociopathic friend that I mentioned I had in college, he smoked cigars.
Is it weapon?
No, it was not Weapon. Weapon is far from a sociopath, despite what the SJWs will probably tell you.
Okay, and
Oh,
that's actually unfair of me. That was not nice of me. That's my bad.
that was one of those you should play the yourself moments. There, shame on you. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, it is crazy though. I won't not deny that though.
But in the immortal words of Alice in Wonderland, all the best people are.
Humor isn't masculine. If you think it is, maybe watch Ali Wong's comedy special or get your head out of your own asses.
Ali Wong, if I remember correctly, is one of the I was talking about. Um, but that being the case, that being as it may, very few people, if anybody, said humor is masculine. I Again, I've heard people say that men are more inclined towards comedy, and I genuinely believe that because it aligns more with male psychology. But no one is saying humor is exclusively masculine. Again, some of the funniest fuckers I've ever met have been funny women. Um, and my mom is extremely funny, and I realize how pathetic that sounds that I had to say that, but I make the point that I was raised by an extremely funny woman, so obviously they exist. Um, but women who focus exclusively, if not entirely, on their womanhood will never be funny because there's only so many women are oppressed jokes you can tell, and all of those jokes ring hollow because they are false. They speak to no truth and they make no point, other than to feminists who already agree with them on some level.
Mm-hmm. So we got last one. I think this one will be a shorter one for us. This one again. This is like another one you sent me, Dawn. We were actually the person of discussion of the article. There were two articles, but I think this one was less dark, I guess.
Yeah, this one's gonna be painful, and I almost wish Corrupt was here so he could talk about it with us. But
I think he's still banned off Twitter, isn't he?
yeah, he actually got banned off Twitter for telling this person to go fuck themselves.
Zoe Quinn to write DC Comics Batman and Superman spinoff, The Infected Deathbringer.
That's right. Literally Who is back, folks. Literally Who was a name she was given during Gamergate because she tried to make it all about herself and say that people were harassing her, or they started a movement specifically to harass her. Um, and so in response, people created the Literally Who hashtag because they wanted to make the point that it wasn't about any particular person, it was about ethics in game journalism, which I do support, just like I support meritocracy in comics. Hence why I formally identified myself as a comic creator. That label is somewhat poisoned now, but I still stand for the principles that it stood for. But anyway, moving on.
Okay, give me one moment. And
Also,
things.
also shame on you, DC, because you thought it was a good idea to hire this bitch
It's,
because she
okay,
because she's a feminist martyr, and therefore you agree with her on moral reasons. So nepotism.
right. And thank God I didn't read her Vertigo title, Goddess Mode.
Uh,
I think it's
the,
still on the shelves at
the
my
the
store.
the entire title was a glitch. Video game pun. Zing.
Yeah, okay. Um, okay, thank God this thing finally loaded. Okay, so this was released 3 days ago by Bounty into Comics. Okay. DC Comics announced that Zoe Quinn will team up with artist Tyler Kirkham to write a Batman and Superman spinoff titled The Infected Deathbringer #1. Here is the very simplistic cover. The design for the character isn't bad, but it's still a basic cover. Gray gradient with red blood with very little dimension added to the waves. Barely tell.
Whatever happened to like actual environments in comics, like settings? and whatnot.
A part of me kind of blames digital art, but I've seen good digital art. I think it's just the artists have gotten lazy. Most contemporary artists, at least.
Well, that, and also there's an ideology among artistic circles that say you need to reduce anything that's considered meritocratic or normal to show that it's meaningless, because postmodernism, I curse the day postmodernism infected the mainstream art streak.
Mm. Okay. Sorry, I was checking my phone. I mean, I don't mind. Like, this looks good right here, and it might not even be the same artist that's doing the comp, because normally the covers aren't done.
It also might be an early cover and they might change it, so who knows.
Still bad though for an early release cover.
Yeah, but still.
Okay. Quinn's story will focus on Donna Troy as she becomes infected by the Batman Who Laughs toxin and turns her into the worst version of herself. Oh, so they're bringing Donna Troy back.
Yes, and they're going to use her as a feminist allegory because fuck you, I guess.
I honestly feel bad for Donna Troy.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. DC Comics describes the story related Marvel Comics writer Zoe Quinn's allegations against Alec
Aloka.
Holoka called into question by new evidence of inconsistencies in initial claims. That's a link to another article. I'm not sure. Do you want to? I mean, if you want to context to that, Dalton, I would. Dalton? Dalton? I think we've lost Dalton, folks. Dalton? Oh, great. Now he's gone robot. Dalton, do you hear us?
What the
Right.
fuck?
I kind of heard that, Dalton. Say something again.
This is really fucking pissing me off.
I can kind of hear you now, Dalton. Say something again. Okay, now I cannot hear you. Technical mishaps, folks. They don't happen often, but when they do, it's one hell of a sight to see. All right, Dylan, try leaving and come back in. Huh. Hmm.
Sorry about that. My phone completely just died, and I had to turn it back on.
Plugged in?
Well, the thing is, I never unplugged it. I'm still plugged in.
Huh. What about internet? Being crappy?
Yeah, it's just the Wi-Fi being shit.
Okay. I feel like we gotta get through this quick, in case that happens again. Okay, but
Yeah.
the whole Alec
Holoka thing.
Holoka.
I'll explain the whole Alec Holoka thing. Okay, so for those that don't know, Zoe Quinn used to be a video game developer, and as such, her social circle was largely made up of fellow video game developers. One of whom was a guy by the name of Alec Holoka. And they were in a relationship for a while. And during the course of this relationship, Alec invited Zoe to stay with him in his town and even offered to buy the plane ticket home. Through a series of shenanigans, though, things went south, and they broke up. And apparently, years later, and by years later, I mean a couple days ago, or rather a couple weeks ago, she brought up Alec Holoka as an example of a rapist and accused him of sexual misconduct. Bearing in mind that she had not brought this up for years, including the years when she was being quote unquote harassed by Gamergate and was accusing pretty much freaking everyone of sexual misconduct. Bearing in mind also that this is not the first time this happened, because the whole impetus behind it was her sleeping with a game to get good reviews for a game she made called Pressure Quest. So, yeah, long and the short of it is Zoe Quinn accused this guy of harassment, and in the fallout from accusing Alec Holoka of sexual harassment, he lost his job, was shunned by most of his friends, and he ended up killing himself because of the stress. So yes, that is the long and the short of the Alec Holoka story. She accused him of sexual harassment from a relationship that she has not mentioned for several years, and he lost everything, and he had a mental disorder prior to this whole scenario, at, in the form of like severe depression and anxiety, and it was too much for him, and he killed himself. And then she proceeded to say that his negative reaction and leading into killing himself proves that he is really guilty, and that the guilt is what inspired him to kill himself.
Is it
So
bad
fuck
that
this
I want
bitch, is what I'm
to?
saying.
Yeah. Is it bad that I kind of want to put my fist through something right now?
No, I think that's a completely understandable reaction to someone being, in my opinion, erroneously accused of sexual harassment, losing basically everything they've worked for in their life, And then because they had severe depression and anxiety issues, which were long-standing, she knew about them, if anyone's curious. He then killed himself. And she did all this in the name of #MeToo. So yeah, #MeToo has now killed the dude. And she and her feminist friends are still saying that the fact that he killed himself is in fact proof that he felt guilt and that he actually did all the things she accused him of.
I'm not gonna say
But
anything. I'm not gonna lose my temper. I'm not. People are sleeping in my house. I can't do that. Can't.
yeah, but apparently DC saw all of this drama going around and thought, I know, that woman who failed at our independent imprint Vertigo and created one of the lowest selling comics we've ever made. Let's hire her for a Batman Superman story. Because the world is completely fucked.
You know, it's things like this that do make me think maybe we should burn the world down.
It's definitely one of those. Do we really deserve to live as a species with this the shit we do when left to our own devices?
We need another fucking flood.
Or a meteor. My vote is meteor, because at least the shockwave will kill us all before we have time to realize how all.
True. Okay. A story of a hero who is done with bringing peace to a world that cannot be trusted with it. A woman whose newly awakened dark side is ready to burn it all down and forge a new destiny. Okay, never.
Feminist commentary, and how much do you, I would bet literal money on the fact that this is going to be Zoe Quinn's self-insert fan fiction, basically. She, I would bet dollars to donuts that she sees herself as the hero who's put upon and doesn't want to take it anymore.
Okay, so here's a poster for the Infected, the Commissioner #1. Again, it's a little more detailed than the other one, but Jesus Christ, it's still kind of basic.
But then again, maybe that's a stylistic choice. Maybe this is sort of how all of the infected books are gonna look.
It does kind of remind me of kind of the art style from like Frank Miller's Daredevil and stuff.
Little bit, yeah.
Yeah, kind of grungy. I mean, red also makes me think of it too.
Yeah.
Okay. Along with Quinn and Kirkham's The Infected Deathbringer #1, DC Comics also announced that Paul Jenkins and artist Jack Herbert will team up for a one-shot featuring Jim Gordon titled The Infected, the Commission #1. Gordon will be corrupted by the Batman Who Laughs toxin. Will also be corrupted by the Batman Who Laughs toxin. Okay.
Yeah, I don't really care.
I stopped
I'm
caring.
probably not going to read. I'm probably not going to read the Infected story, just because it looks like something I won't enjoy, and also because I don't want to give money to anything that is tangentially associated with this bitch.
DC Comics describes
And
that. DC Comics describes. Well, the thing is, okay, my thing is, I stopped caring about DC a while back because everything just seems it's all boring. Nothing really grabs me anymore.
fortunately, I have shown him the old stuff is still worth pursuing in the
Yeah.
form of 10.
Although I am interested in Silencer. I've heard a lot of good things about that.
You also would really, I think, enjoy Robert Venditti's Hawkman.
I've heard good things about that too. It's just I think I've just been more focused on getting a lot of the indie stuff and trying to also finish up collections I started. So,
Well, if your preference is for the older stuff, then I will definitely keep recommending you things as soon as you get done with Sandman.
but you know what the worst part is? I actually went. Okay, so this happened a few months back. So 1 month I went and I just looked around for comics to get. I saw the Silencer and like it was the full series there. Like all it was all there, right?
Mm-hmm.
In on the shelves. I go there next month and
Not there.
all the earlier issues because I wanted to go grab number one, read it, and maybe decide whether or not I wanted to complete collect the series.
Mm-hmm.
But issues from like one to I think 9 or 10 were gone.
Well, what have we learned?
That I should go to the shop more often.
Well, that and also to grab things when the opportunity presents itself.
Well,
That,
usually more often than not, I only have like $20 on me,
oh, okay.
so I only grab like 4 issues of stuff.
Well, but that still would have probably given you everything you would need to know to get the rest of the series later.
You know, I don't know. I could try going some other places or seeing if I can buy them online.
Well, you could also wait until it comes out in trade form.
Do you really think they're going to do a trade for the Silencer? They canceled the series.
They do a trade for everything now, which honestly, in my opinion, is probably a good thing. Because before, old storylines you couldn't really get into full storylines unless you went and got every issue. Whereas now, basically everything gets a trade.
Okay, all right. DC describes this issue about a hero whose sense of duty and honor is stripped away. Man who has finally given in to his worst impulses, and he might just take the entire city into the darkness. So it's all just Joker shit then.
Well, that's the Batman Who Laughs stick. I mean, you should know you kind of are familiar with Batman Who Laughs.
I just like the design. I never really cared much about the actual character.
Oh, well, yeah. The gist of the Batman Who Laughs is what if Batman were
Well, I know
interconnected?
that. I watched like a few videos on it. It's just I didn't really care enough to like go grab the comics or anything.
Ah, I see. Well, yeah. So basically, the Batman Who Laughs poisons various things with his toxin, which is actually a version of the Joker toxin.
Hmm. Both
But
issues.
but notice where the kind of moral weight is in both of these summaries. In the Commissioner one, we're meant to see what he's doing as a bad thing. We're meant to blame him for giving in to his dark side. In the Donna Troy one, as written by Zoe Quinn, her giving into her dark side is meant to be a good thing because female empowerment and men have been taking advantage of women for too long, so women need to take their power back. Yada yada yada.
You know, a part of me wants to try and write a story where one, and I think I mentioned this one. Oh no, this was one about that Mary Sue or Gary Stu character that doesn't like being that and is
Yeah.
honestly just bored of the life that they lead, where everything turns out all right with them.
Mm-hmm.
I think stories have been told of that. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, I gave the example of Jack Skellington.
Yeah.
The fame and praise come year after year. Does nothing hold
But yeah.
to
But a part of me wants to try and write a character that is like full on SJW and like the kind of ideology and bullshit, and then kind of have them go through the character arc, if they even can, of actually becoming a normal fucking person. I think that would be the hardest bit of writing I've ever done, to be honest.
A redeemed SJW would be hard to do, but I mean it is possible because Corrupt used to be an SJW. You'd honestly have to get his advice and have him tell you sort of what the experience was coming back.
Yeah, because I feel like if I were to do it without consulting someone who was a former SJW or something, it would come off as, um,
Propaganda.
well, that and also, um, yeah, I'd be making a caricature.
Yeah. But if you actually have someone who is a former and redeemed SJW to base it on, then that's considerably more
Right.
accurate. Although, if you want to know about social justice philosophy, I can fill in the gaps there as well.
Mhm. So both issues will feature covers by Viktor Bogdanovic. Um, so yeah, covers we'd seen earlier were made by one guy. One's better than the other.
Mm-hmm. So
um,
yeah, it is supposed to be like a series style thing.
yeah. Quentin Kirkham's The Infected Death Bringer #1 debuts on December 4th, while Jenkins and Herbert's The Infected The Commissioner #1 hits shelves on December 18th. Honestly, the Commissioner should be first.
Yeah, and also, why did you have to why do you have to darken December with this shit? I
I mean,
asked you.
we're already getting Star Wars. So
Episode 9. Fuck me. Hey.
I'm looking forward to that, to review it.
I hope that it's at least entertainingly bad enough that we can rip it a new asshole. Or maybe that it'll be good. Who knows? Maybe JJ will be able to fix all the shit Rian Johnson broke. Though I don't hope that. I tried. I tried, and I appreciate the almost Jokerish quality of your laugh there. That was funny.
Yeah, make me want something really funny. Actually, that's a funny thing because people usually assume when I laugh, they think I'm crying.
All I could think of when I heard that was the laugh of Joaquin Phoenix in the Joker trailer because it sounded like fucking identical.
That was me trying to laugh. I think my natural laugh only comes when I see something funny.
Hmm. Well, if anything, you have a very good forced Joker laugh.
Sometimes I'm afraid that if I really let loose, it's gonna come off. Well, for one thing, it's gonna be super loud, and two, it's gonna be like it's gonna come off as really cringy.
Well, hopefully something will unrepress you and you won't have to worry about it.
I think it's just because my voice is a little too high.
Yeah, my voice has that nasally quality too. I hate it.
Okay, the two books join four other The Infected one-shots featuring Shazam, Supergirl, Hawkman, and Blue Beetle.
I really hope this series doesn't ruin Hawkman because
What about
Robert.
Shazam?
Well, Shazam too, but I already know that the Shazam who laughs or Shazam who laughs is a thing.
You
But
know what's
Robert Venditti has been killing it on Hawkman for a while. So
so? I got a question. Why don't they call him Captain Shazam? At least have him be different enough from the actual Shazam. Still make
be,
the captain part.
because of the trial of Shazam storyline and how it stupidly retcon things. Because apparently the wizard's magic doesn't come from any actual study he did. It's just he got powers similar to Shazam's from the Greek gods. So reasoned.
Okay.
It's remarkably stupid, but
All right. These 6 characters will become the Batman Who Laughs lieutenants as they take on Apex, Lex Luthor in the upcoming Hell Arisen miniseries from James Tynion IV and Steve Epting.
Hmm.
Hmm.
So the Batman Who Laughs recruits the Commissioner, which makes sense because personal connection. Basically, discount Wonder Woman in the form of Donna Troy, Shazam, and
Supergirl, Hawkman, and Blue Beetle.
yeah, I can understand the power sort of dynamic there. He's going for the most powerful people he can get his hands on.
Hmm. Honestly, I wonder if there's a design for the Supergirl Who Laughs now. Just curious, what that looks like.
And I wonder if it would bear a very, very strong resemblance to the Supergirl from the TV show.
No, if anything, if we're to go off everything before, she'd be very sexy.
So, Power Girl. Well,
We actually might have to do a discussion about that because I remember a video talking about like the Supergirl series. Like I think when it came out in season 1, that Power Girl was a better character than Supergirl.
not necessarily. I actually don't mind season 1 of Supergirl. Where it falters is where it goes all SJW.
I haven't seen. I I've only seen the first. I've seen the pilot, and that's pretty much it.
Hmm.
The pilot didn't grab me. Is the thing.
Yeah, that's fair. Have you watched the NBC Constantine show yet?
Dude, I saw that when it first came out.
Okay, yeah. So,
Okay, Batman and Superman will face off against the corrupted Shazam in Batman and Superman #2 by Joshua Williamson and David Marquez that hits shelves on September 25th.
Christmas. I'm sorry, DC, but if this is supposed to be your Christmas present to the readers, you might want to remove the thorn in your side that is Zoe Quinn, because that is a Christmas present I will be re-gifting.
Well, Batman Superman #2 comes out September 25th.
Yeah, but it's a series tangentially related to Zoe Quinn. And I'm sorry, DC, and I can't believe you managed this, but you managed to make a Christmas present worse than fruitcake or bad Christmas sweaters.
Um, Last sentence of the article. Do you plan on following the storyline from DC Comics?
No. The correct answer is no, because I'm sorry, but the negligence of this bitch killed the dude. I'm like I I'm indignant enough when it comes to bad art, but like when your moralistic negligent bullshit has killed a dude, that just is beyond the pale. I'm sorry.
Right. Uh, that as well, but also because I've fallen off with DC just because I believe they've really dropped the ball in style of storytelling and art in some ways. I just think their quality has kind of gone down in recent years, so I've just kind of dropped off of them and like most mainstream comics. That's why I do a lot of indie stuff.
Hmm. Well, hopefully my suggestions will eventually get you back into mainstream stuff, just not modern mainstream stuff.
Yeah,
Modern
yeah.
mainstream stuff is shit.
Let me clarify by mainstream. I mean like a lot of the modern mainstream. Obviously, it's just
Yeah. Because the old shit is still good, and if you haven't read some of the old shit, you should.
so that
Speaking of
was our.
which, perfect segue to comic book recommendation.
Hey, Dylan, could you lean further into the mic?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Better?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Speaking of which, perfect segue to comic book recommendations.
So I will be recommending. It's the only thing I've read so far. Um, Sandman Volume 2, The Doll's House.
I second that recommendation, and I will also recommend um Avengers Children's Crusade, because I forgot that it existed for a while, and I need to actually get a physical copy because I only read it online.
I mean,
It is
well,
it is, to the best of my knowledge, the first team up appearance of Hawkling and Wiccan, who are, in my opinion, best couple just in general, and best gay couple in comics.
um, Jinx, by the way.
Yeah. Also, in the same vein of what we were just talking about liking older stuff, anyone who hasn't gotten the opportunity to read the DC Golden Age archive editions and wants to get into Golden Age stuff, those are your best bet. They are really nice hardcover editions of Golden Age stories, uh, presented in like omnibus form, and they're excellent.
I would recommend something older, which I have. Like I think I mentioned this last week and the week before. I have a reprint edition of Howard the Duck from I believe 1980s, 1970s. I haven't read it though, so I cannot recommend it just yet. Um, but honestly, yeah, no, Sandman, Doll's House, Volume 2. Well, wait, Sandman, Volume 2, Doll's House. Um, is definitely recommend. Again, my major gripe is with the art. It For me, it conflicts with the story. I think, in all honesty, I think the art kind of for how it's written and how the stock tone is. I just think a painted comic would work better. Like the image, like the art style resembles that of like Renaissance painting or something like that.
That'd be an interesting project to see if he could redo the uh, the art so that it matched that. But honestly, I do think, because, like I say, the art style changes every volume, so I think you'll eventually find one that works for you. I don't recall any that explicitly look like Renaissance paintings,
Well,
but
just something that has a more elegance to it than the kind of cartoonish look that the drawings have.
um, your best bet there might be Season of Mist, because Season of Mist is one that involves medieval England and Shakespeare, and they sort of try to mimic the old like style of sort of Romance era um, medieval drawings.
Right. Oh, right. Speaking of comics, hopefully, so next week, Saturday and Sunday, there will be a Comic Con in my town, and hopefully I'll be getting some old comics and stuff, and I'll be reading that stuff and recommending stuff. Hopefully, I think my biggest thing is I'm curious of trying to find maybe Malibu Comics,
That'd be interesting.
specifically the Ultraverse comics.
Hmm.
Because I remember watching a '90s animated show called Ultra Force, which is like kind of that universe's Avengers.
Oh, right. I think I remember this very vaguely.
Right. And I remember watching like a video was talking about the Ultraverse from Malibu Comics. There was a lot of interesting stuff I had heard about it, so I'm just curious to see if there's anything there. Um, and unfortunately, as a fun little tidbit, Marvel bought up Malibu Comics.
Yes.
So they own those characters, but they never use them, which is a shame because there's actually a lot of interesting characters in there.
Well, it's kind of like how they never really use DC never really uses the Charlton characters except for like Blue Beetle.
And they really should use Question a lot more.
They really should.
Yeah.
Why they don't is a good question.
Also another fun tidbit. Malibu Comics actually helped start up Image Comics.
Yes, it did.
But yeah, I will try to find a lot of old indie comics mostly because I am a big indie guy. And hopefully in the future, folks, you might see an indie comic with my name on it.
Who knows?
Though often I do think a pen name would be better.
Well, to be fair, I don't know your actual real name because you've never mentioned it, so I probably wouldn't know the difference.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, Don, do you have any other recommendations?
Let's see. There's some I've probably recommended a bunch of times already, like Elric of Melniboné and Solomon.
I don't think you have.
Oh, well, in that case, if you're into dark fantasy or sort of older pulps, highly recommend Elric of Melniboné. His shtick is that he is the king of a country and also a sorcerer. So he is the sort of dark sorcerer king of this one country, and he goes around on various adventures. It's 1920s version of Game of Thrones is what Elric of Melniboné is, and I believe it's originally from France. So it's a French pulp comic.
Oh. The French are really doing good for themselves in comics and stuff.
The French have always done really well with comics, but Elric is old.
I've heard about Valerian. Can't remember the full title.
Valerian in the City of a Thousand Planets. I have read a couple of those, and they are good. If anyone is curious, Valerian is much better than the movie. Although I do think it is a shame that we didn't actually get the 5 movies that Luc Besson had planned.
Well, I think the major problem is, and this happens a lot with a lot of movies that I will say, is that they put I think they try to put too much into one movie.
Well, I think the biggest problem was the budget, because the budget was extremely high and the appeal was extremely not. But that being said, I'm glad they spent the money that they spent on it because it was immaculate looking. And I really hope that Doctor Strange 2 takes some cues from Valerian, considering that Valerian happened after Doctor Strange.
Right. Okay, so, I mean, do we have anything else to add to last bits of our podcast, Storm, or shall we sign?
No, I think we are good. For now.
Right. Okay, so from everyone of Podcast The Storm to our wonderful viewers, we bid you adieu, Avidase, adios, hola, no, hola, aloha, sayonara, peace, cheers, goodbye, see you later.
Shalom, and now fuck off.